In just 4 years, between 1347 and 1351, a single disease wiped out more people than both world wars combined. We're about to trace the Black Death's journey from a small trading post on the Black Sea to the throne rooms of kings, following the money, the politics, and the shocking human decisions that turned a local outbreak into humanity's greatest catastrophe. And trust me, the real story is far more twisted than anything Hollywood could imagine. Get ready to have everything you thought you knew about medieval history completely turned upside down, because we're about to uncover the real story behind humanity's darkest chapter and why some scientists believe it could happen again tomorrow. This is an in-depth video requiring some hours, so don't forget to bookmark it so you can return to it and watch as many times as you need. Also, before we get into it, take a moment to like the video and subscribe if you haven't already. Your support means we can continue producing these highly researched videos so you get more value. Also, I'd love to hear from you. Please introduce yourself, let us know where you're watching from and what time it is. We're on to building a global community here. So without further ado, let's begin. The world before the plague. A ticking clock. The 14th century opened with promise. Across Eurasia, merchant caravans traced ancient paths through mountain passes and desert oases. Ships heavy with cargo navigated the Mediterranean, while northern vessels hugged the Baltic coast. This was an age of connection, perhaps the first truly global economy. In the bustling markets of Constantinople, Persian silks changed hands alongside Chinese porcelain. Venetian traders haggled over spices that had traveled from the Moluccas. The Silk Road was more than a single route. It was a vast network of pathways binding east to west. Along these arteries flowed not just goods, but ideas, technologies, and inevitably diseases. The Mongol Empire had done something remarkable. By the early 1300s, though fragmenting into separate khanates, it had created an unprecedented zone of relative safety for merchants. A trader could journey from the ports of the Levant to the markets of Cathay under Mongol protection. This Pax Mongolica meant faster travel, fewer bandits, and crucially, more direct contact between populations that had been isolated for centuries. Cities were growing. In the Italian peninsula, Florence and Milan swelled with artisans and bankers. North of the Alps, Paris housed perhaps 200,000 souls, making it one of Christendom's largest settlements. London, though smaller, buzzed with commerce. These urban centers represented both human achievement and vulnerability. People lived shoulder to shoulder in timber-framed houses that leaned across narrow streets. Waste management was primitive. Animals, pigs, chickens, horses, shared living spaces with humans. But beneath this prosperity, tensions simmered. The climate was shifting. What scholars now call the Little Ice Age had begun its grip on Europe. Winters grew longer and harsher. Spring rains lasted into summer, rotting crops in the fields. The warm period that had allowed vineyards to flourish in England was ending. Between 1315 and 1317, catastrophe struck. The Great Famine swept across northern Europe. Rain fell continuously for months. Harvests failed completely. In Flanders, bodies littered the streets. Chronicles speak of parents abandoning children they could no longer feed. Some turned to eating bark, roots, even the unthinkable, human flesh. Perhaps 10% of the population perished. This famine left deep scars. Those who survived often suffered from malnutrition that weakened their resistance to disease. Children who lived through those years grew up stunted, their immune systems compromised. The social fabric had torn. Trust between neighbors eroded when survival was at stake. The church, that great unifying force of medieval life, faced its own crisis. The papacy had relocated to Avignon in 1309, leaving Rome and becoming entangled with French royal politics. This Babylonian captivity undermined papal authority. Many saw the move as abandoning the holy city for comfort and political expediency. Meanwhile, medical knowledge remained rooted in ancient theory. Physicians trained in Paris or Padua studied Galen's texts from the 2nd century. They believed health depended on balancing 4 humors: blood, phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile. Disease came from imbalance, caused by corrupted air, astrological influences, or divine displeasure. University-trained doctors were few and expensive. Most people relied on local healers, herbalists, or prayer. The concept of contagion existed but was poorly understood. Some Islamic physicians had proposed diseases could spread person to person, but this idea hadn't penetrated European medical thinking. The dominant theory blamed miasma, bad air rising from swamps or generated by planetary conjunctions. Hygiene practices, by modern standards, were minimal. Public bathhouses existed in most towns, but the church increasingly viewed them as sites of moral corruption. The wealthy might bathe weekly, common folk far less often. Body lice were considered normal, even healthy. They supposedly drew out bad humors. Agricultural techniques had improved since the early medieval period. The three-field system allowed more efficient crop rotation. Heavy plows could work the dense soils of northern Europe. Water mills and windmills provided power for grinding grain. Yet farming remained vulnerable to weather, and most Europeans lived just above subsistence level. One bad harvest meant hunger. Two meant starvation. Social hierarchy was rigid. The three estates, those who fight, those who pray, and those who work, defined everyone's place. Feudal bonds tied peasants to the land and their lords. In theory, nobles provided protection in exchange for agricultural labor. In practice, after centuries of relative peace, many lords had become more interested in collecting rents than maintaining defenses. The economy was increasingly monetized. Silver coins circulated widely. Italian banking houses like the Bardi and Peruzzi financed everything from English wool exports to papal tax collection. This financial sophistication created new vulnerabilities. When Edward III of England defaulted on massive loans in the 1340s, it triggered banking collapses across the Italian peninsula. Warfare had evolved too. The age of the mounted knight was ending, though few realized it yet. English longbows had proven devastating against French cavalry. Gunpowder, introduced from China via Islamic lands, was beginning to appear on European battlefields. Warfare was becoming more expensive and more destructive. In the countryside, most people lived in villages of a few hundred souls. Extended families crowded into single-room houses with earth floors and thatched roofs. Animals often shared the space, providing warmth in winter. Privacy was unknown. Everyone knew everyone else's business. These villages were largely self-sufficient, but not isolated. Traveling merchants brought goods and news. Pilgrims passed through on their way to shrines. Seasonal laborers moved between regions following the harvests. This mobility, essential for the economy, would prove catastrophic when disease arrived. By 1347, Europe was a powder keg. Climate change had weakened agricultural production. Recent famines had left populations malnourished. Cities had grown dense and unsanitary. Trade routes connected virtually every community to a global network. Medical knowledge was helpless against bacterial infection. Social and religious institutions faced mounting criticism. All that was needed was a spark. The origins of a monster in the steppes of Central Asia, high in the Tian Shan Mountains where modern Kyrgyzstan meets China, something stirred in the rodent burrows. These highlands, remote and sparsely populated, harbored an ancient killer. For thousands of years, the bacterium Yersinia pestis had lived quietly among marmots and other burrowing animals. It was an old relationship, bacteria, fleas, and rodents locked in an evolutionary dance. Recent genetic research has pinpointed this region as the ancestral home of plague. Scientists analyzing DNA from victims across centuries trace the lineages back to these mountains. The evidence is written in the bacterial genome itself, a molecular clock ticking backward through mutations to a common ancestor. The bacterium is remarkable in its simplicity and lethality. A close relative of common gut bacteria, Yersinia pestis, evolved a terrifying ability. It can survive inside flea stomachs, multiplying until it forms a blockage. The starving flea bites repeatedly, desperately trying to feed, regurgitating bacteria with each attempt. Evolution had crafted a perfect delivery system. In its natural hosts, marmots, ground squirrels, gerbils, the disease maintains a delicate balance. These animals have evolved resistance over millennia. Outbreaks occur, populations decline, then recover. The bacteria persist in flea populations and hibernating animals. It's a cycle as old as the mountains themselves. But something changed in the early 14th century. Climate disruption may have been the trigger. As temperatures dropped and precipitation patterns shifted, rodent populations faced stress. Food became scarce. Animals ranged further, seeking sustenance, encountering human settlements more frequently. The Mongol Empire's expansion had brought new human activity to these remote regions. Trade routes crossed traditional plague zones. Mongol hunters prized marmot fur for warm clothing. They knew to avoid visibly sick animals, but apparently healthy marmots could still carry infected fleas. Archaeological evidence from Christian cemeteries near Lake Issyk-Kul shows a suspicious spike in deaths during 1338 to 1339. Tombstone inscriptions written in Syriac mention pestilence as the cause. Genetic analysis of remains confirms Yersinia pestis, and not just any strain, but the ancestor of the Black Death lineage. From this mountain epicenter, the bacteria found new pathways. The great trade routes that connected civilizations became highways for disease. Mongol military movements may have accelerated the spread. Armies carried supplies in wagons that attracted rodents. Soldiers wore furs that harbored fleas. The initial spread was likely slow and sporadic. The disease moved in waves through rodent populations, occasionally spilling into human communities. Remote settlements might lose a few dozen people, then the outbreak would burn out. But each transmission gave the bacteria opportunities to adapt. Yersinia pestis has a remarkable ability to acquire new genetic material. Horizontal gene transfer allows it to pick up useful traits from other bacteria. In the decades before the Black Death, the organism appears to have become more virulent, more easily transmitted between hosts. The ecology of transmission is complex. Different flea species have varying efficiency as vectors. The rat flea, Xenopsilla chiopus, is particularly effective, but it wasn't the only carrier. Human fleas, Pulex irritans, though less efficient individually, were far more numerous in medieval populations. Body lice could potentially transmit the disease too. As trade intensified along the Silk Road, opportunities for transmission multiplied. Caravanserais, the fortified stops where merchants rested, became mixing pools. Goods were unloaded, repacked, infested materials mingled. A bale of marmot furs from the Tian Shan might sit next to grain sacks bound for Samarkand. The Mongol communication system, the Yam, inadvertently facilitated spread. This network of way stations allowed rapid message relay across the empire. Fresh horses and supplies were maintained at each stop. But wherever humans created stockpiles of food, rodents followed. The infrastructure meant to unite the empire would help disease traverse it. By the 1340s, something had shifted in the plague dynamics. Outbreaks became more frequent and severe. Trading posts along the northern Silk Road reported mysterious deaths. Mongol chronicles mention settlements found empty, their inhabitants vanished or dead. The movement from endemic to epidemic disease requires specific conditions. Population density must reach a threshold. The bacteria managed to establish itself in new rodent species with different transmission dynamics. Black rats, those companions of human civilization, proved tragically suitable hosts. Climate data from tree rings and ice cores reveals the 1340s were particularly unstable. Droughts alternated with floods. These extremes stressed both human and animal populations. Weakened by malnutrition, resistance to disease dropped. Rodents seeking food entered human settlements in greater numbers. The final trigger may have been military conflict. The Mongol Empire was fracturing. The Yuan dynasty in China faced rebellions. The Golden Horde fought with the Ilkhanate. Armies moved across plague territories, disrupting ecosystems, carrying the disease to new regions. Genetic evidence shows the plague strain that would devastate Europe, the Middle East, and North Africa all descended from a common ancestor active in Central Asia around 1300 to 1340. This wasn't multiple independent emergences, but a single lineage achieving terrible success. The transformation from localized endemic disease to pandemic catastrophe happened gradually, then suddenly. For perhaps a generation, the plague had been spreading quietly through rodent populations, following trade routes westward. Human cases appeared sporadically. A caravan lost here, a village emptied there. By 1345, the disease had reached the lands around the Caspian and Black Seas. The great trading cities of the Golden Horde, Sarai, Astrakhan, Atana, began reporting unusual mortality. The monster had emerged from its mountain birthplace and found a world perfectly prepared for its arrival. Contemporary observers had no framework for understanding what approached. They noted unusual rodent behavior, masses of dead animals in fields, rats emerging in daylight to expire in streets. These omens meant nothing to medieval minds. The true horror remained invisible. Clouds of infected fleas seeking new hosts as their rodent victims perished. The stage was set for one of history's greatest catastrophes, a disease perfectly adapted for transmission, trade routes connecting every major population center, and human societies already weakened by famine and conflict. From its origin in remote Asian mountains, plague would soon transform the known world. Not just rats, the true vector unmasked. The story everyone knows is simple. Rats carried fleas, fleas bit humans, humans contracted plague. This narrative, repeated in countless histories, is not exactly wrong, but it's dangerously incomplete. Modern science reveals a far more complex web of transmission that explains the Black Death's devastating efficiency. The black rat, Rattus rattus, did play a role. These climbing rats, originally from India, had spread across Eurasia following human trade. Unlike their brown cousins who prefer sewers and burrows, black rats live close to humans, in roof thatch, grain stores, and ship holds. When plague reached rat populations, massive die-offs occurred. Medieval chronicles mention rats stumbling into the open to perish, though writers didn't connect this to human disease. But here's what traditional histories miss. Rats alone cannot explain the Black Death's spread pattern. Mathematical models based solely on rat-flea transmission fail to reproduce the pandemic's velocity. The disease moved too fast, spread too far, and persisted in regions where rats were scarce or absent. Enter the human flea, Pulex irritans. These parasites were ubiquitous in medieval life. Everyone had them, peasant and noble alike. Unlike rat fleas, which prefer rodent blood, human fleas readily bite people. While individually less efficient at transmitting plague than rat fleas, their sheer numbers compensated. A single person might harbor dozens. Body lice present another vector. These insects, living in clothing seams, were even more common than fleas. Medieval people rarely washed their clothes and often slept in them. Lice populations could explode on a single host. Recent experiments suggest body lice can transmit Yersinia pestis, though less efficiently than fleas. The revelation that changes everything is pneumonic plague. When Yersinia pestis infects the lungs rather than lymph nodes, it creates a different disease entirely. Victims cough blood-tinged sputum loaded with bacteria. Each cough releases infectious droplets. No insect vector needed. The disease spreads person to person like flu. Pneumonic plague explains the winter outbreaks that baffled historians. Fleas become dormant in cold weather, yet plague continued spreading through alpine regions in January. The answer, pneumonic transmission works better in cold, dry air where droplets travel farther. Crowded winter quarters, windows sealed against cold, became death chambers. The bacteria itself possesses terrifying versatility. In flea guts, it produces a biofilm that blocks digestion. In human lungs, it evades immune responses. The same organism causes 3 distinct clinical forms: bubonic, pneumonic, and septicemic, each with different transmission dynamics. Medieval living conditions created perfect transmission opportunities. Families slept together on straw mattresses that harbored fleas. Travelers shared beds at inns. Standard practice was fitting multiple strangers in one bed. Monasteries housed brothers in common dormitories. When plague arrived, these sleeping arrangements became death sentences. Clothing played a crucial role. Textiles were valuable, passed between generations, rarely discarded. A dead person's clothes were quickly claimed by relatives or sold. Fleas and lice in the fabric found new hosts. The church's charity, distributing dead paupers' clothing to the poor, spread disease with kindness. Ships were floating plague factories. Below decks, sailors slept in shifts, sharing hammocks still warm from previous occupants. Rats thrived in holds full of grain. Fleas bred in damp corners. When plague came aboard, transmission accelerated in confined spaces. Entire crews perished between ports. The speed of spread varied by vector. Bubonic plague transmitted by flea bite had an incubation period of 2 to 6 days. Victims developed fever and the characteristic swellings, buboes, in lymph nodes. Perhaps 60% succumbed, but pneumonic plague progressed faster. From first symptoms to death might be just 2 days. Mortality approached 100%. Septicemic plague, where bacteria enter the bloodstream directly, was rarest but deadliest. Victims often expired before developing buboes or respiratory symptoms. Their extremities turned black from hemorrhaging, hence one medieval name, the Black Death. These cases puzzled contemporaries who saw healthy people expire within hours. Weather influenced transmission patterns. Warm, humid conditions favored flea reproduction, but pneumonic plague thrived in cold weather when people huddled together indoors. The disease showed seasonal patterns, bubonic in summer and fall, pneumonic in winter and spring. This dual nature meant no season was safe. Trade goods facilitated spread in unexpected ways. Grain shipments harbored rats and fleas. Bales of cloth contained lice eggs. Furs, particularly valuable, often came from plague-endemic regions where trappers skinned infected animals. Luxury items became disease vectors crossing vast distances. The human flea's biology proved tragically suited for plague transmission. Unlike rat fleas, they move readily between hosts. At markets, churches, or festivals, fleas could jump to new victims. A single infected person might spread fleas to dozens before showing symptoms. These super spreader events accelerated local outbreaks. Military equipment presented another pathway. Soldiers' padded garments harbored parasites. Siege camps with thousands living in squalor bred fleas in astronomical numbers. When armies moved, they carried invisible clouds of infected insects. Victories and defeats alike spread death. Contemporary medical practice worsened transmission. Physicians examining buboes brought fleas home on their robes. Bloodletting, the standard treatment, exposed caregivers to septicemic cases. Priests giving last rites inhaled pneumonic droplets. Those trying to help became victims and vectors. Animal hosts beyond rats mattered too. Cats, dogs, and livestock can contract plague. Medieval households kept various animals for food, companionship, or pest control. Each species hosted its own flea populations. When plague entered this ecosystem, multiple transmission cycles operated simultaneously. The absence of effective quarantine multiplied transmission opportunities. People fled infected areas, carrying disease to new regions. The wealthy retreated to country estates, bringing urban plagues to rural populations. Pilgrims seeking divine intervention spread infection between shrines. Fear itself became a vector. This complex transmission web explains the Black Death's unprecedented mortality. Previous plague outbreaks had remained localized, burning out when susceptible hosts died. But the 14th century pandemic found multiple pathways to persist and spread. When one transmission route failed, others continued operating. Modern genetic analysis confirms this multi-vector hypothesis. Different plague strains show signatures of adaptation to various hosts and vectors. The Black Death wasn't a single disease event, but multiple overlapping epidemics. Bubonic, pneumonic, and septicemic plague struck simultaneously, each finding its optimal conditions. Understanding true transmission patterns reveals why medieval responses failed so catastrophically. Killing cats and dogs removed flea predators. Crowding into churches for prayer created pneumonic transmission opportunities. Fleeing cities spread infected fleas and lice to new populations. Every instinctive response worsened the catastrophe. The simplified rat flea story persists because it's easier to grasp than complex ecological reality. But recognizing the true vectors, the intimate parasites sharing medieval lives, the coughing victims spreading pneumonic plague, the clothing and goods harboring infected insects, explains how a single disease could transform the world so thoroughly and terribly. The first wave hits, the Siege of Kaffa, 1347. On the northern shore of the Black Sea, where the Crimean Peninsula juts into dark waters, stood the fortified trading city of Kaffa. Genoese merchants had built this outpost in the late 13th century, negotiating its establishment with the Golden Horde Khans who controlled the region. By 1347, Kaffa had grown into one of Europe's most distant and profitable ventures, a gateway between Christian and Islamic worlds, where Italian gold bought Asian silks and spices. The city's walls rose impressively from the harbor, protecting warehouses stuffed with valuable goods. Inside, a polyglot population conducted business in Greek, Italian, Kipchak, Turkish, Armenian, and Arabic. Genoese administrators maintained order while Orthodox priests, Catholic monks, and Islamic scholars tended to diverse spiritual needs. The harbor bristled with ship masts, vessels bound for Constantinople, Alexandria, and home ports in Liguria. But Kaffa existed at the sufferance of the Golden Horde, that western fragment of the once mighty Mongol Empire. Relations between the Christian merchants and their Muslim overlords had always been delicate. Trade brought mutual profit, but religious and cultural tensions simmered. In 1343, fighting had broken out, forcing the Genoese to rebuild damaged fortifications. By late 1346, conflict erupted again. The sources disagree on the specific trigger, perhaps a brawl in the market, maybe a dispute over customs duties. Whatever the cause, Johnny Beg Khan, ruler of the Golden Horde, marshaled his forces to besiege the irritating Christian enclave. Mongol cavalry surrounded Kaffa's landward walls while the Genoese retreated behind their fortifications, trusting in stone walls and supply ships from the sea. The siege followed predictable patterns initially. The Mongols, masters of open field warfare, struggled against fortified positions. They had learned Chinese siege techniques, catapults and rams, but Kaffa's defenders possessed their own martial knowledge. Crossbowmen on the walls picked off attackers. Boiling oil and Greek fire greeted assault attempts. Ships continued arriving with supplies and reinforcements. Then something changed in the Mongol camp. The Italian notary Gabriele de Musi, writing years later, provides our most detailed account. Disease struck the besiegers, a terrible pestilence that scattered bodies throughout their lines. Soldiers developed swellings in groins and armpits, fevered and perished within days. The steppe warriors, who feared nothing in battle, found themselves powerless against this invisible enemy. Here, the account becomes legendary, perhaps literally. Demussy claims the Mongols, in desperation or malice, that loaded their catapults with plague corpses and hurled them over Kaffa's walls. What seemed like mountains of dead were thrown into the city, he writes. The defenders tried throwing bodies into the sea, but couldn't keep pace with the bombardment. Soon, the pestilence took hold within Kaffa itself. Modern historians debate this biological warfare narrative. Trebuchets could certainly fling corpses. Medieval sieges sometimes used psychological warfare. But plague transmission through handled corpses is inefficient. More likely, the disease entered Kaffa through conventional routes. Infected fleas on rats climbing anchor ropes, or pneumonic plague spreading person to person in the crowded city. What's undeniable is that by early 1347, plague raged in both camps. The siege collapsed as Mongol forces melted away, their Khan perhaps among the victims. Inside Kaffa, panic replaced the previous determination. The Genoese recognized this was no ordinary disease. Victims perished too quickly in numbers that overwhelmed any medical response. The merchant mind calculated odds. Kaffa, cut off by land and ravaged by disease, offered only death. The harbor still functioned. Ships' crews, isolated on their vessels, had largely escaped infection. In a desperate exodus, the Genoese abandoned their lucrative outpost. Families crowded aboard any vessel that would take them. Behind them, Kaffa's polyglot population faced catastrophe without Italian organization and supplies. The fleeing ships carried more than refugees and salvaged goods. In their holds, among grain sacks and cloth bales, infected rats had taken shelter. Fleas bred in the warm, dark spaces below decks. Some passengers already bore the plague's mark, swellings not yet visible, fevers just beginning. The rescue fleet became a floating distribution system for pandemic. The voyage home was nightmarish. Ships put into ports along the Anatolian and Greek coasts seeking supplies and water. At each stop, they left disease behind. Constantinople, that ancient metropolis, received its infection from these vessels. The plague struck the Byzantine capital with particular fury, contemporaries reporting that bodies accumulated faster than they could be buried. Some ships never completed their journeys. Crews succumbed en route, leaving vessels to drift with their cargo of corpses. Others arrived at destination ports with only a handful of survivors. The Genoese galleys, built for speed and profit, had become instruments of continental catastrophe. By autumn 1347, the lead ships reached Sicily. They entered the harbor at Messina, that strategic port controlling passage between the eastern and western Mediterranean. Harbor officials, seeing sick sailors, tried to quarantine the vessels, but it was already too late. Rats had scrambled down mooring ropes. Fleas had found new hosts among dock workers. The plague had reached European soil. The Kaffa outbreak marked plague's transition from regional crisis to continental catastrophe. The siege created a perfect epidemiological storm: concentrated populations, multiple transmission routes, and panic-driven dispersal. Whether or not corpses flew over walls, the result was identical, an infected diaspora spreading death across the Mediterranean world. Contemporary accounts capture the horror but miss the mechanism. Demusy writes of corruption of the air and divine punishment. He notes accurately that the disease spread from person to person with house to house, but attributes this to poisonous breath rather than fleas or bacteria. The medieval mind could observe effects but lacked framework to understand causes. The Golden Horde, unwitting initiators of catastrophe, suffered as severely as their enemies. The plague spread eastward through their territories, reaching the great trading cities along the Volga. Sarai, the Horde's capital, lost much of its population. The Khanate, already fragmenting from internal conflicts, never recovered its former power. Their siege of Kaffa had unleashed forces that would reshape the Eurasian balance. For the Genoese, commercial calculation had demanded evacuation. They couldn't have known their business decision would trigger one of history's greatest disasters. The same maritime networks that had brought them wealth now carried death to every major port. Trade routes became plague routes with terrifying efficiency. The siege's aftermath reveals medieval globalization's dark side. Kaffa had prospered as a node connecting diverse commercial networks. Italian capital, Mongol protection, Byzantine infrastructure, and Islamic scholarship had created a thriving entrepot. But the same interconnections that enabled prosperity also facilitated catastrophe. When plague arrived, there was no containing it to one region or population. Modern archaeology confirms the literary account's basic accuracy. Excavations in Crimea have found mass graves dating to 1346-1347, with Yersinia pestis DNA recovered from remains. The strain matches that found in later European plague cemeteries, confirming Kaffa as a crucial transmission point. Science validates what medieval chroniclers could only describe in theological terms. The siege of Kaffa stands as history's most consequential military failure. Neither side achieved their objectives. The Mongols didn't take the city. The Genoese abandoned it anyway. But their conflict created conditions for a biological explosion that would transform both civilizations. In trying to destroy one trading post, they had inadvertently launched the destruction of the medieval world order. Gateway to Europe, Sicily and the Italian peninsula, 1347 to 1348. The ships from Kaffa entered Messina's harbor in October 1347, ghosts of their former selves. Sicilian dockworkers, accustomed to greeting Genoese vessels heavy with Eastern treasures, instead found floating charnel houses. Sailors lay dying on the decks, their bodies marked by strange black swellings. Those still capable of speech told tales of a pestilence that had consumed the East. Michael of Piazza, a Franciscan friar chronicling these events, describes the horrific symptoms. Victims developed tumors the size of eggs in their groins and armpits. Black pustules appeared across their bodies, each the size of a lentil. The sick vomited blood and expired within days, sometimes hours. Most terrifying was the disease's contagious nature. Merely speaking with the afflicted seemed to invite death. Messina's authorities, recognizing danger, ordered the Genoese ships away from the harbor. But their response came too late. During the brief anchorage, rats had scrambled ashore. Infected fleas had found new hosts among the crowded port district. Within days, the pestilence erupted throughout the city. Sicily's strategic location had made it rich, but now ensured its doom. The island served as a crucial way station between east and west, north and south. Ships called constantly, connecting Messina to every major Mediterranean port. The same maritime networks that brought prosperity now distributed death with mechanical efficiency. The disease spread inland from Messina with shocking rapidity. Catania, second city of Sicily, succumbed within weeks. The ancient town of Syracuse, once home to Archimedes, saw its population devastated. Rural villages previously isolated found no protection in remoteness. Fleeing townspeople carried infection to the countryside. By November, the entire island was afflicted. Sicilian society, rigidly hierarchical, collapsed under plague's democratic assault. The disease struck rich and poor, young and old, righteous and sinner with equal fury. Noble families barricaded themselves in fortified villas, only to find the pestilence already among their servants. Bishops who proclaimed divine protection perished alongside the faithful they led in procession. The psychological impact matched the physical devastation. Parents abandoned sick children. Husbands fled from wives at the first sign of fever. The bonds of family and community, foundation of medieval life, dissolved in terror. Michael of Piazza reports that victims often expired alone, their bodies discovered days later by the stench. Traditional burial practices became impossible. Christian custom demanded individual graves, proper rites, consecrated ground, but corpses accumulated faster than gravediggers could work. Mass burial pits replaced churchyard plots. Priests themselves, dying in droves, couldn't perform last rites for the multitude. The living threw bodies into trenches with barely a prayer. From Sicily, the plague leaped to the mainland. Ships fleeing Messina carried infection to mainland ports. Reggio di Calabria, just across the strait, fell first. The pestilence raced up the Italian peninsula's western coast. By November, it reached Naples, that teeming metropolis ruled by the Angevin dynasty. Naples presented ideal conditions for plague transmission. The city's population, swollen by rural immigration, packed into cramped quarters. Narrow streets trapped fetid air. Open sewers bred rats in profusion. When plague arrived, it spread like fire through dry tinder. Contemporary accounts suggest half the population perished within months. The Neapolitan response revealed both medieval ingenuity and futility. Physicians prescribed aromatic herbs to purify corrupted air. Authorities ordered bonfires at street corners, believing smoke would cleanse the atmosphere. Flagellant processions wound through the streets, participants whipping themselves to appease divine wrath. None of these measures slowed the dying. Venice, despite its wealth and sophistication, fared no better. The plague arrived in January 1348, probably aboard ships from the east. The city's unique geography, built on islands, connected by canals, might have offered protection. Instead, the dense urban environment accelerated transmission. Venetians lived in multi-story buildings, families stacked atop each other. When plague entered these vertical neighborhoods, entire structures became death traps. The Venetian, governing Europe's most efficient, attempted systematic responses. They established a burial island where corpses could be isolated. Ships were ordered to wait 40 days, a quarantina, before entering the harbor. But these measures came too late and were poorly enforced. Desperate ship captains bribed officials. Corpses accumulated faster than boats could transport them. Genoa, home port for many of the Kaffa refugees, experienced particular horror. The city had grown wealthy, financing trade expeditions, its bankers rivaling those of Florence. Now those same commercial networks delivered catastrophe. Genoa's merchants, returning from eastern ventures, brought plague to every quarter. The city's chronicler, describing 1348, simply states, "There was not one house that remained untouched." Florence, jewel of Tuscany, provides our most vivid plague accounts through Giovanni Boccaccio. His Decameron begins with an unflinching description of the pestilence. The disease arrived in March 1348, probably from Pisa. Within weeks, social order collapsed entirely. Boccaccio describes symptoms precisely: tumors in groin or armpit, spreading black spots, inevitable death within 3 days. But he focuses equally on social breakdown. Laws became meaningless when judges died faster than criminals. Inheritance disputes vanished when entire lineages expired. The wealthy fled to country estates, abandoning urban properties to looters. Most poignant are Boccaccio's observations about changed burial customs. Previously, Florentine funerals were elaborate affairs, processions, mourners, feast. Now corpses were unceremoniously dumped outside doors for collection. Grave diggers, commanding extortionate fees, threw bodies into pits like merchandise in a ship's hold. The church, pillar of medieval society, crumbled under the assault. So many priests perished that last rites became impossible. Monasteries, where brothers lived communally, suffered near total mortality. The Archbishop of Florence authorized laypeople to hear confessions, a radical departure from Orthodox practice. When even this proved insufficient, blanket absolution was pronounced over entire districts. Economic consequences were immediate and severe. Trade ceased as merchants died or fled. Workshops closed when craftsmen perished. Fields went unharvested as peasants succumbed. The complex commercial networks that had enriched the Italian city-states ground to a halt. Banking houses collapsed when debtors and creditors alike vanished. Yet amid catastrophe, some retained their humanity. Boccaccio mentions physicians who continued treating patients despite certain infection. priests who stayed to comfort the dying, neighbors who fed orphaned children. These acts of courage, overwhelmed by the general collapse, nevertheless testified to human resilience. By summer 1348, the plague had consumed the Italian peninsula from Sicily to the Alps. No major city escaped. Rural areas, despite isolation, suffered equally. The death toll defied calculation, perhaps one-third to one-half of the population gone. The survivors inherited a transformed world. Italy's experience established patterns that would repeat across Europe. Initial denial, belated quarantine attempts, social collapse, mass mortality, economic devastation. The peninsula's advanced commercial development, source of its prosperity, had accelerated its doom. Every innovation that facilitated trade, better roads, busier ports, denser cities, had aided plague transmission. The cultural impact proved lasting. Boccaccio's Decameron, framed by plague horror, explored themes of mortality and human nature that would influence literature for centuries. Art turned toward death imagery, skeletons, corpses, the dance of death. The confidence of the High Middle Ages died in plague pits. From Italy, the pestilence spread in all directions, north across the Alps into France and the Germanic lands, west by ship to Iberia, east into the Balkans. The Italian experience had been merely the opening act. The main performance of death was about to begin. The heart of Christendom, Avignon, and the Papal Crisis. Avignon in 1348 stood as Western Christianity's beating heart. For 4 decades, the papal court had resided in this Provençal city, transforming a modest episcopal town into a glittering capital. The massive papal palace rose like a fortress cathedral hybrid, its towers dominating the Rhone Valley. Here, Christ's vicar on earth maintained a court rivaling any monarch's in splendor. Pope Clement VI, born Pierre Roger, occupied St. Peter's throne with aristocratic assurance. A skilled diplomat and patron of arts, he had expanded papal bureaucracy to unprecedented size. Cardinals, bishops, clerks, and servants numbered in thousands. The city swelled with petitioners seeking benefices, merchants pursuing contracts, and pilgrims hoping for blessing. Perhaps 50,000 souls crowded within and around Avignon's walls. The plague reached Avignon in January 1348, creeping north from Marseille. Initial cases appeared among the poor quarters outside the walls. But disease recognizes no social boundaries. Soon the pestilence breached the papal palace itself. Cardinals and kitchen servants alike developed the characteristic swellings and expired in agony. Clement VI's physician, Guy de Chauliac, left detailed medical observations. He distinguished 2 forms: the initial wave with buboes and 4 to 5 day mortality, then a more virulent strain causing bloody sputum and death within 3 days. His clinical precision couldn't translate to effective treatment. Bloodletting, purgatives, and aromatic herbs proved useless against Yersinia pestis. The Pope himself survived through radical isolation. On de Chauliac's advice, Clement retreated to his chambers, seeing no one. Large fires burned constantly, their heat supposedly purifying the air. The pontiff sat between 2 roaring blazes through the sweltering Provençal summer. Whether by luck or this crude quarantine, he avoided infection while his court died around him. Avignon's sophisticated administration attempted systematic responses. Clement hired additional gravediggers at generous wages. When these proved insufficient, he consecrated the Rhone itself. Bodies could now be dumped in the river with full burial rites, a practical necessity dressed in theological justification. The sight of corpses floating past the papal palace became commonplace. The death toll among clergy was catastrophic. The papal bureaucracy requiring close interaction suffered near complete mortality. 7 cardinals perished. The Archbishop of Canterbury, visiting on diplomatic business, succumbed. Monastery communities living communally experienced extinction-level events. The Franciscan house lost every member save 7. Dominican losses were similar. This clerical catastrophe created theological crisis. If God's appointed servants died as readily as sinners, what did this say about divine justice? Clement attempted explanation through papal bulls. The plague was God's punishment for humanity's sins, he proclaimed, yet also a martyrdom opportunity for the faithful. This paradox, simultaneous punishment and blessing, satisfied few. Financial consequences shook the church's foundations. Papal income derived largely from benefices, appointments to ecclesiastical positions. With clergy dying faster than replacements could be named, revenue streams dried up. Meanwhile, expenses soared. Clement ordered food distribution to Avignon's poor, medical care for the sick, prayers for the dead. The papal treasury, despite decades of accumulation, faced depletion. The Pope's isolation while preserving his life damaged papal prestige. Medieval rulers were expected to share their subjects' dangers. Kings led armies, lords defended castles. Yet Christ's vicar hid in his chambers while Christians perished. Critics, especially from territories hostile to French papal influence, seized on this apparent cowardice. Clement attempted damage control through grand gestures. He proclaimed 1350 a jubilee year, promising plenary indulgence to Rome pilgrims. He condemned the flagellant movement that challenged church authority. He issued bulls protecting Jewish communities from massacre. These actions projected papal authority even as its practical foundation crumbled. The demographic crisis forced radical adaptations. With trained clergy extinct, Clement authorized abbreviated training for replacements. Priests could be ordained knowing only essential prayers. Monks could hear confessions without proper theological education. Standards that had taken centuries to establish collapsed from necessity. Avignon's experience revealed the medieval church's structural vulnerabilities. Centralized administration meant concentrated risk. Communal religious life facilitated disease transmission. Theological explanations for suffering proved hollow when suffering reached apocalyptic scales. The institution that claimed to mediate between God and man found itself as powerless as any earthly authority. The city's transformation was complete by summer's end. The vibrant papal capital had become a vast necropolis. Contemporary accounts describe streets littered with corpses, palaces standing empty, churches silent. Of Avignon's pre-plague population, perhaps two-thirds had perished. The survivors wandered like ghosts through their emptied world, yet institutional continuity somehow maintained itself. Clement VI, emerging from isolation, set about rebuilding. New cardinals were elevated from depleted ranks. Papal bureaucracy resumed functioning with skeleton staff. The great machine of ecclesiastical government creaked back into motion, forever changed but not destroyed. The plague's passage through Avignon sent shockwaves throughout Christendom. If the papal city, blessed by St. Peter's successor, suffered such devastation, what hope for ordinary towns? If prayers at Christianity's heart went unanswered, why pray at all? These questions, born of Avignon's agony, would ferment into later challenges to church authority. The immediate response was intensified religiosity. Across Europe, survivors endowed chantries for plague victims' souls. New religious brotherhoods emerged, dedicated to burial duties and prayer for the dead. Art and architecture turned toward mortality themes. The memento mori, remember you must die, became omnipresent. But beneath surface piety, deeper changes stirred. The church's failure to protect or explain had shaken faith in institutional authority. Clement's survival through isolation, while thousands of clergy died at their posts, raised uncomfortable questions about religious leadership. The seeds of later reform movements, Lollardy, Hussitism, eventually Protestantism, found fertile soil in plague-era disillusionment. The Avignon plague marked a turning point in medieval Christianity. Before 1348, the Church stood as society's unquestioned foundation, provider of meaning, arbiter of morality, gateway to salvation. After the plague, while still powerful, it never regained that automatic authority. Too many had seen bishops flee, priests die helplessly, prayers go unanswered. Clement VI continued his pontificate until 1352, attempting to restore normalcy. But normality had died in the plague pits. His successors would face a changed world, one where papal pronouncements competed with personal experience, where church wealth contrasted with mass suffering, where traditional explanations no longer satisfied. The transformation was subtle but profound. Medieval Christianity didn't collapse. It adapted, evolved, sometimes strengthened. But the unquestioned certainties of the pre-plague era had vanished. In their place grew a more complex, contested religious landscape. The plague had struck Christendom's heart, and while the patient survived, the fever had changed everything. The crossroads of trade, the plague ravages Paris, 1348. Paris in the summer of 1348 stood unrivaled north of the Alps, home to perhaps 200,000 souls. The city sprawled across both banks of the Seine, its skyline punctuated by church spires and the rising towers of Notre Dame. The University of Paris drew scholars from across Christendom. Royal administrators governed the expanding Capetian realm from the Ile de la Cité. Merchants, craftsmen, and laborers filled the crowded quarters, creating Europe's most vibrant urban center. The plague entered Paris that August, following trade routes from the south. Normandy had already succumbed. Now the capital faced its trial. The disease first appeared in the poorest districts, those maze-like quarters where families crammed into single rooms, where refuse filled the streets, where rats thrived in abundance. Within days, the dying had begun. Jean de Venette, a Carmelite friar witnessing these events, provides our most detailed account. He describes the sudden onset, healthy people developing fever, then the dreaded swellings in neck, armpit, or groin. Death followed within 2 to 3 days. Most terrifying was the contagion's efficiency. It was said that one caught it from another just by looking, he writes, capturing the medieval incomprehension of airborne transmission. The University of Paris medical faculty, Europe's most prestigious, convened to explain the catastrophe. Their report, commissioned by King Philip VI, represents medieval medicine's finest minds grappling with unprecedented crisis. They blamed a triple conjunction of Saturn, Jupiter, and Mars in 1345, which had corrupted the air. Earthquakes had released poisonous vapors from the Earth's bowels. Southern winds carried this corruption northward. These explanations, mixing Aristotelian natural philosophy with astrological theory, offered no practical remedies. The physicians recommended aromatic herbs, moderate diet, and avoiding excess emotion. Bloodletting was prescribed to restore humoral balance. Flight from infected areas was acknowledged as effective, but impractical for most. The document's erudition masked complete helplessness. Paris's dense urban fabric accelerated transmission. The city had grown organically over centuries, streets narrowing as buildings encroached. The famous Grand Pont connecting the islands groaned under shops and houses built along its length. These compressed spaces where sunlight rarely penetrated became plague highways. Infection raced through entire neighborhoods in days. The royal government's response revealed both medieval administrative sophistication and ultimate impotence. Philip VI ordered general processions to placate divine wrath. Price controls were imposed to prevent profiteering on food and medicine. Gravediggers received wage increases to maintain essential services, but no medieval administration could manage mortality on this scale. Social hierarchy, rigidly maintained in normal times, dissolved under plague pressure. The Hôtel Dieu, Paris's ancient hospital on the Ile de la Cité, typically separated patients by class. Now, nobles and beggars lay dying side by side. The hospital's cemetery, the Holy Innocents, became a vast charnel ground. Bodies were stacked in trenches, awaiting covering with thin layers of earth before the next load arrived. The university suffered catastrophic losses. Masters and students perished equally. Entire colleges were depopulated. The renowned theological faculty, which had produced Thomas Aquinas and other luminaries, saw its membership decimated. Lectures ceased, disputations ended. The intellectual heart of medieval Europe fell silent. Economic life ground to a halt. The great markets of La Haye, which fed the capital, emptied as rural suppliers died or refused to enter the infected city. Craft guilds saw master and apprentice perish together, breaking chains of knowledge transmission. The Seine's busy wharves, normally crowded with barges bringing grain and wine, stood deserted. The church, omnipresent in Parisian life, faced organizational collapse. Parish priests administering last rites contracted plague from the dying. Monasteries, with their communal living, experienced near total mortality. The Bishop of Paris authorized extraordinary measures. Lay people could hear confessions if no priest was available. This democratization of sacramental authority was revolutionary, born of desperate necessity. Contemporary chronicles capture the psychological devastation. Families abandoned sick members, fleeing at the first sign of fever. Parents left children, children deserted parents. The bonds of kinship fundamental to medieval society snapped under mortal terror. Jean de Venette notes that many died alone, without confession or the sacraments. Yet some individuals displayed extraordinary courage. Physicians continued visiting patients despite certain infection. Some clergy remained at their posts, comforting the dying. The Hôtel Dieu's nursing sisters maintained their service even as their numbers dwindled. These acts of heroism, overwhelmed by general catastrophe, nevertheless preserved some human dignity. The plague's democratic nature shocked contemporaries. Previous epidemics had typically struck the poor hardest. Malnutrition and crowding made them vulnerable. But the Black Death showed little class preference. Queen Jeanne de Bourgogne died. Royal officials perished at their posts. Wealthy merchants expired despite fleeing to country estates. By autumn, the dying had reached such scale that individual burial became impossible. New cemeteries opened beyond the walls. When these filled, authorities consecrated fields for mass graves. The sight of carts collecting corpses each morning became routine. Bells no longer tolled for the dead. There were too many, and the sound had become unbearable. Winter brought no relief. While flea activity decreased in cold weather, pneumonic plague thrived in the close quarters of a medieval winter. Families huddled around hearths became infection clusters. The disease raced through households with terrible efficiency. Entire bloodlines vanished in weeks. The final death toll defied calculation. Contemporary estimates varied wildly. Some claimed half the population gone, others more. Modern historians, analyzing tax records and parish registers, suggest 30 to 50% mortality. For a city of 200,000, this meant 60,000 to 100,000 dead in less than a year. The catastrophe scale exceeded medieval comprehension. Paris's recovery would take generations. Empty houses stood as monuments to vanished families. Workshops remained closed, their craft secrets lost. The university slowly rebuilt, but never regained its pre-plague dominance. The city that emerged from the pestilence was profoundly different. Smaller, scarred, transformed in ways both obvious and subtle. The plague's passage through Paris demonstrated urban vulnerability in the medieval world. Cities, for all their walls and wealth, proved death traps when epidemics struck. The concentration of people, the interconnection of trades, the constant movement of goods and persons, all advantages in normal times became lethal liabilities. The great capital's agony sent a clear message: no earthly power could stand against this invisible enemy. God's vengeance, theological panic, and the flagellants. As plague consumed Europe, traditional religious explanations strained to breaking point. The Church proclaimed divine punishment for humanity's sins. But which sins exactly? And why did the pious perish alongside the wicked? From this theological crisis emerged one of medieval history's most dramatic movements, the flagellants. The movement began in Eastern Europe, perhaps Austria or Hungary, in late 1348. Groups of laypeople, convinced that extreme penance might placate God's wrath, began public self-mortification rituals. They called themselves the Brotherhood of the Cross, or simply flagellants, from their practice of whipping themselves until blood flowed. These weren't isolated fanatics, but organized processions following strict protocols. Groups typically numbered 50 to 500 participants, mostly laymen, though some clergy joined. They wore white robes marked with red crosses, heads covered by hoods. Each carried a leather scourge, a whip with multiple tails, often embedded with metal studs or knots to tear flesh more effectively. The ritual followed prescribed patterns. Entering a town, flagellants would process to the main church or square. They formed circles, stripping to the waist regardless of weather, then began the terrible choreography. They whipped their backs and shoulders rhythmically while singing penitential hymns. Blood spattered the ground, the white robes, nearby observers. The display continued for hours. Contemporary accounts emphasize the spectacle's intensity. Henry of Hereford describes backs torn and swollen, blood running down to their loins. Yet participants showed no pain, even ecstasy. They believed their suffering mystically participated in Christ's passion. Their blood, like his, might redeem a sinful world. The movement spread with remarkable speed. From Germanic lands, flagellant bands moved into the Low Countries, France, and even reached England briefly. Their arrival in towns followed patterns. Local bells would ring warning. Citizens gathered to witness the spectacle. Many were moved to join, abandoning families and occupations to take up the scourge. But the flagellants offered more than spectacular penance. They claimed direct divine authority, bypassing church hierarchy. Letters supposedly written by Christ himself, discovered on Jerusalem's altars, authorized their mission. These documents promised that 33 and a half days of flagellation, matching Christ's years on earth, would cleanse all sins. This claim challenged fundamental church doctrine: salvation through works rather than grace, redemption without priestly mediation, divine revelation outside ecclesiastical channels, all were heretical. Yet plague-traumatized populations embraced the message. Here was action, not just prayer. Here was explanation. God demanded blood penance, dramatically displayed. The movement's social composition proved significant. While including all classes, artisans and minor merchants predominated. These middling sorts, literate but not scholarly, prosperous but not powerful, felt plague's disruption acutely. Flagellation offered both spiritual insurance and social protest, a way to assert religious authority when traditional structures failed. As flagellant processions grew, their message radicalized. Initially focused on penance, they began preaching apocalyptic themes. The last days approached. The church had failed. Only extreme mortification could save souls before Christ's imminent return. Some groups prohibited members from speaking to women, sleeping in beds, or changing clothes during their pilgrimage. More dangerously, flagellants increasingly scapegoated Jews. The theological logic was twisted but powerful. If Christians suffered for their sins, surely the Jews who had rejected Christ bore greater guilt. Flagellant arrival in towns often preceded anti-Jewish violence. Their passionate preaching inflamed existing prejudices into murderous action. Church authorities initially tolerated, even encouraged, the movement. Public penance wasn't unusual, though the scale and independence were. Some bishops blessed flagellant processions, but as the movement's anti-clerical and anti-Semitic messages strengthened, alarm grew. These wandering bands challenged ecclesiastical order while stirring social chaos. Pope Clement VI acted decisively. In October 1349, he issued a bull condemning the flagellants as heretical. Their claimed divine letters were fraudulent. Their promise of salvation through self-torture contradicted doctrine. Their assumption of priestly functions, preaching, absolving sins, usurped church authority. All clergy must oppose them. Secular authorities should suppress them. The condemnation's enforcement varied by region. In France, King Philip VI banned flagellant processions immediately. French troops dispersed groups attempting to enter the kingdom. In the fragmented Germanic territories, response depended on local rulers. Some princes expelled flagellants, others remained sympathetic. Suppression proved easier in theory than practice. The movement had touched deep psychological needs. Plague survivors, traumatized and seeking meaning, found traditional religion insufficient. The flagellants offered dramatic participation in sacred suffering. Their blood sacrifice seemed proportionate to the catastrophe, unlike tepid church rituals. Even after official prohibition, underground flagellant groups persisted. In remote regions, the practice continued secretly. Modified versions emerged, less public, less explicitly anti-clerical, but maintaining self-mortification traditions. The impulse that created the movement outlasted its suppression. The flagellant phenomenon revealed plague's profound spiritual impact. Faced with inexplicable mass death, medieval Christianity's explanatory framework cracked. Traditional responses, prayer, procession, pilgrimage, seemed inadequate. The flagellants filled this void with blood drama, offering both explanation and expiation through spectacular suffering. Their theology, however heretical, addressed plague-era anxieties directly. God was angry. Anyone could see that. Ordinary penance hadn't sufficed. The dying continued. Therefore, extraordinary penance was required. The logic was simple, visceral, compelling to people watching neighbors perish daily. The movement also expressed social tensions exacerbated by plague. The church's wealth contrasted sharply with mass suffering. Clergy who fled their flocks or died their posts equally failed to provide protection. The flagellants' lay leadership and direct divine claims challenged institutional monopolies on sacred authority. Most tragically, the flagellants channeled trauma into violence against vulnerable minorities. Unable to combat invisible disease, they identified visible scapegoats. The movement's anti-Semitic legacy would outlast its penitential practices, contributing to centuries of persecution justified by plague-era precedents. The suppression of organized flagellantism didn't end extreme religious responses to plague. Individual mystics reported visions. Local prophets proclaimed doom. Artistic depictions of death proliferated. But the church had successfully maintained its monopoly on legitimate religious expression, even if unable to explain or stop the dying. In retrospect, the flagellants represented medieval society's nervous breakdown. Faced with catastrophe beyond comprehension, significant numbers chose self-destructive theater over passive acceptance. Their blood-soaked processions wrote plague trauma onto their own bodies, making visible the invisible destroyer. Their failure to stop the dying only confirmed the plague's supernatural horror. If even this extreme penance proved insufficient, humanity was truly forsaken. The scapegoat, persecution of Jewish communities. In the plague's wake came a horror entirely human in origin. As the death toll mounted and explanations failed, traumatized populations sought someone to blame. Across Europe, Jewish communities faced accusations of causing the pestilence through deliberate poisoning. What followed was the worst anti-Semitic violence before the 20th century. The accusations began in southern France during spring 1348. In Provence, rumors spread that Jews had poisoned wells and springs. The charge was specific, a conspiracy directed from Spain, using poison compounded from spiders, frogs, lizards, human flesh, and consecrated hosts. Jewish merchants supposedly distributed this toxin throughout Europe, implementing a coordinated plan to destroy Christendom. These fantasies built upon centuries of anti-Semitic mythology. Jews had been accused of ritual murder, host desecration, and conspiring with Muslims against Christians. Economic resentment added fuel. Jewish moneylenders, filling the void left by church usury prohibitions, were widely hated by debtors. The plague provided an opportunity to combine religious prejudice with financial interest. The first major violence erupted in Toulon in April 1348. 40 Jews were dragged from their homes and massacred. The pattern would repeat with variations across Europe: accusation, torture to extract confession, execution, property confiscation. Local authorities sometimes tried protection, but often participated in or permitted the violence. In Savoy, the persecution took on legal formality. Count Amadeus VI ordered investigations into well poisoning charges. At Chillon Castle on Lake Geneva, Jewish prisoners faced systematic torture. The interrogators knew what they wanted to hear. Under extreme duress, victims confessed to elaborate poisoning conspiracies. These forced confessions were transcribed and circulated, lending apparent credibility to the fantasies. The Chillon Protocols described an international Jewish conspiracy led by rabbis in Toledo. Poison had been distributed in leather pouches to Jewish communities across Europe. Local Jews then contaminated Christian water sources on specified days. The confession's obvious absurdity, coordinating simultaneous poisoning across a continent using medieval communications, troubled few Christians. The documents confirmed existing prejudices while offering explanation for inexplicable catastrophe. If Jews had caused the plague, then human action, not divine wrath or natural disaster, was responsible. From Savoy, the persecution spread northward into the Germanic territories. Here it reached apocalyptic proportions. In November 1348, rumors reached Augsburg that Jews had been caught poisoning wells. Without investigation, the entire Jewish community was arrested. Those who refused baptism were burned alive. Strasbourg witnessed one of the worst atrocities. The city council initially protected its Jewish population, recognizing the poisoning charges as baseless. But popular pressure, inflamed by flagellant preaching, proved irresistible. In February 1349, the council was overthrown. The new authorities acted swiftly. On February 14, 1349, St. Valentine's Day, Strasbourg's Jews were given a choice: conversion or death. Few accepted baptism. The rest, perhaps 2,000 people, were herded to the Jewish cemetery. A wooden platform was constructed and set ablaze. Men, women, and children were burned alive. Their property was distributed among the Christian population. Debts to Jewish creditors canceled. The Strasbourg massacre established a pattern. Basel, Freiburg, and other Rhineland cities followed suit. In Mainz, the Jewish community attempted resistance. When Christian mobs attacked, they fought back before being overwhelmed. Seeing no escape, many Jews set fire to their own homes, choosing death over forced conversion or massacre. Perhaps 3,000 perished in Mainz alone. Some secular authorities attempted protection. Duke Albert of Austria sheltered Jews in his territories. King Casimir III of Poland welcomed refugees, continuing his kingdom's tradition of tolerance. But these were exceptions. More typical was the Count of Württemberg, who confiscated Jewish property before expelling survivors. The Church's response proved contradictory. Pope Clement VI issued bulls condemning the violence, noting logically that Jews died of plague like Christians, making poisoning charges absurd. He threatened excommunication for those attacking Jews. Yet local clergy often participated in or encouraged massacres. Popular preachers spread poisoning rumors from pulpits. The violence followed plague routes with eerie precision. As disease spread to new regions, anti-Jewish massacres followed within weeks or months. The Low Countries saw widespread attacks in 1349. When plague reached Prussia, so did persecution. The correlation was exact. Where plague struck, Jews suffered. Economic motivations intertwined with religious hatred. Jewish communities often held significant wealth through banking and trade. Massacres conveniently eliminated creditors while enriching perpetrators. In Frankfurt, the city government carefully recorded Jewish property distribution after the community's destruction. Debts owed to murdered Jews were declared void. The demographic impact was catastrophic. Entire communities vanished, either murdered or fled. The great Jewish centers of the Rhineland, some dating to Roman times, were obliterated. Survivors fled eastward to Poland and Lithuania, where rulers offered protection. This mass migration shifted European Jewry's center of gravity permanently eastward. Some Jewish communities attempted self-defense through various means. In some cities, they offered enormous bribes for protection. Others sought baptism to escape death, though forced converts faced continued suspicion. A few communities committed mass self-destruction rather than face torture and forced conversion. The chronicles preserve heartbreaking details. In Worms, Jews gathered in their synagogue as mobs approached. They recited prayers while the building was set ablaze. In Cologne, the community leaders distributed poison to members, allowing them to choose their own deaths. Parents administered fatal doses to children before taking their own lives. Not all Christians participated in or approved the violence. Some individuals at great personal risk sheltered Jewish neighbors. A few chroniclers condemned the massacres as unjust and irrational. But these voices of conscience were overwhelmed by popular fury seeking outlet for plague trauma. The well poisoning myth's persistence, despite all evidence, reveals deep psychological needs. Plague was incomprehensible, invisible, unstoppable, theologically troubling. The Jewish conspiracy theory offered comprehensible villains, human agency, and the possibility of prevention through violence. It transformed helpless victims into actors in a cosmic drama. The immediate violence eventually subsided as plague mortality peaked. Empty Jewish quarters stood as monuments to human cruelty. But the precedent had been set. Future epidemics would trigger similar accusations and violence. The blood libel of well poisoning entered the permanent arsenal of anti-Semitic mythology. For Jewish communities, the plague era marked a historical watershed. The relative security enjoyed in some medieval kingdoms vanished. Survivors lived with heightened wariness, knowing that future crises might trigger renewed persecution. The trauma of 1348 to 1350 scarred collective memory as deeply as the plague itself scarred European society. The persecution revealed medieval Christianity's dark potential. The same faith that inspired cathedrals and charity could motivate mass murder. The plague had tested European civilization, and in this crucial respect, it had failed catastrophically. The corpses in Jewish cemeteries testified not to divine wrath or natural disaster, but to human choices made in fear and hatred. A nation brought low. The plague consumes England, 1349. The summer of 1349 brought no relief. England's fields should have been golden with wheat, but instead they lay fallow. The plague had arrived the previous autumn, and now it consumed the kingdom with methodical efficiency. London had fallen first among the great cities. Contemporary sources suggest the capital lost perhaps half its population in a matter of months. The city's infrastructure collapsed under the weight of bodies. Traditional churchyards filled within weeks. The Bishop of London consecrated a new burial ground at Smithfield, outside the city walls. A Cistercian chronicler later recorded that more than 50,000 were interred there, though such numbers remain difficult to verify. What seems certain is that disposal of the deceased overwhelmed every existing system. The pestilence moved with the rhythm of commerce. It followed the wool trade north into East Anglia, England's wealthiest region. Norwich, second only to London in size, watched helplessly as the disease spread through its densely packed streets. The city's prosperity had created the perfect conditions for transmission. Merchants, craftsmen, and laborers lived in close quarters. The human flea found abundant hosts. Parish records from Norfolk tell a stark story. In the village of Coltishall, 3 different priests were instituted between March and November 1349. Each presumably died within months of appointment. This pattern repeated across the diocese. The clergy paid an especially heavy toll. Their duties demanded they attend the sick, hear final confessions, administer last rites. Such close contact with the dying proved fatal. Yorkshire experienced similar devastation. The great Cistercian abbeys of the north, which had grown wealthy from sheep farming, saw their communities shattered. At Moe Abbey near Hull, the chronicler Thomas de Burton recorded that only 10 monks survived from a community of 50. The abbey's economic foundation crumbled. Without sufficient brothers to manage the vast estates, sheep farming declined precipitously. Westminster Abbey in London provides perhaps the most detailed institutional account. The abbey's own chronicler survived to document the catastrophe. Abbot Simon de Burchiston perished in late 1349 along with 27 monks. The monastery's routine dissolved. The daily round of prayers continued, but with voices growing fewer each week. The survival of such records offers modern researchers invaluable data. Monastic communities kept meticulous records, making their losses quantifiable in ways that peasant deaths were not. The manorial system, England's agricultural backbone, began to disintegrate. This feudal structure had persisted for centuries. Lords owned the land. Villeins, legally bound to the manor, worked it in exchange for small plots and protection. The arrangement depended on abundant cheap labor. The plague destroyed that assumption overnight. Estate records from the Bishop of Winchester's vast holdings show the scale of disruption. On some manors, half the tenants vanished between harvest seasons. Fields went unplowed. Animals wandered untended. The autumn of 1349 should have brought harvests. Instead, grain rotted in unharvested fields. The manorial system required coordination, routine, and sufficient workers. The pestilence shattered all 3. Something unprecedented occurred. Surviving peasants found themselves in demand. For the first time in generations, labor became more valuable than land. Villeins began abandoning their traditional holdings, seeking better terms elsewhere. The bonds that had tied families to particular manors for generations weakened. Lords faced a choice: offer better conditions or watch their estates fail. Some villages disappeared entirely. Archaeological surveys have identified hundreds of lost villages across England, many abandoned during or shortly after the plague years. Warham Percy in Yorkshire offers the most extensively studied example. The settlement, inhabited since prehistoric times, never recovered its pre-plague population. Within a century, it was deserted. Only the church ruins and field patterns remain visible today. The urban experience differed, but proved equally catastrophic. Bristol, England's second port, had thrived on wine imports from Gascony. The spring of 1349 brought ships carrying more than wine. The city's chronicler recorded that the living could barely bury the deceased. 3 new burial grounds were consecrated. Still, the bodies accumulated. Smaller market towns faced unique challenges. They depended on regular influxes of rural population for markets and fairs. The plague severed these networks. With villages decimated, markets stood empty. The intricate web of local exchange, which had sustained communities for generations, unraveled. Evidence from manor court rolls reveals the social chaos. These courts handled local disputes, recorded land transfers, and enforced labor obligations. In 1348, such courts functioned normally. By mid-1349, entries become sporadic, then cease entirely for months. The machinery of local governance simply stopped. Who would enforce the old rules when half the enforcers were gone? The church struggled to maintain its presence. Bishops instituted priests to vacant parishes at unprecedented rates. Many appointees were poorly trained, ordained in haste to fill gaps. The quality of pastoral care declined. Some clergy abandoned their posts, fleeing to the countryside. Those who remained faced impossible demands. How could one priest serve a parish when parishioners died faster than he could administer sacraments. Women's lives transformed in subtle but significant ways. As a primarily male workforce perished, women assumed roles previously closed to them. Evidence suggests more women working as brewers, bakers, and agricultural laborers in the plague's aftermath. The rigid gender divisions of labor loosened by necessity. This shift, though gradual, marked the beginning of broader social changes. The autumn harvest of 1349 was catastrophically poor, not from crop failure but from lack of hands to gather it. Fields of grain stood ripe but unharvested. This created a perverse situation, potential abundance amidst actual scarcity. The food existed but couldn't be efficiently collected, processed, or distributed. Grain prices fluctuated wildly as local shortages emerged despite adequate overall production. By winter's arrival, England had fundamentally changed. The kingdom that entered 1349 had been one of Europe's most populous and prosperous realms. The kingdom that emerged was a shadow, perhaps 40% smaller in population. Every family knew loss. Every community had been hollowed out. The dead included not just the poor, but also the skilled, the learned, the irreplaceable. A master mason, a learned clerk, an experienced midwife. Each death represented knowledge lost, expertise vanished. The plague's passage left England transformed, though the full implications would take decades to manifest. The old certainties had perished along with the people who maintained them. The northern reaches, Scotland, Scandinavia, and the Baltic, 1349 to 1350. Scotland watched England's agony with a mixture of horror and opportunism. The pestilence seemed a divine judgment on the old enemy. Scottish chroniclers recorded with satisfaction how the English fell in unprecedented numbers. Some saw military opportunity in England's weakness. In the spring of 1349, Scottish forces gathered at Selkirk Forest in the Borders, planning to exploit England's vulnerability. The army assembled with high spirits. Then the plague arrived in their own camp. What began as an invasion became a rout as soldiers fled north, carrying the disease home. Contemporary sources called it the foul death of the English. Scotland's attempt to capitalize on England's misfortune brought catastrophe instead. The pestilence spread through Scotland with the same ruthless efficiency it had shown elsewhere. Edinburgh, Dundee, and Aberdeen all reported massive mortality. The Highlands' sparse population and isolated settlements offered some protection, but lowland Scotland suffered tremendously. Parish records from St. Andrews indicate similar clerical mortality rates as England had experienced. The disease respected no borders. The plague's path northward followed predictable routes. Bergen, Norway's premier trading port, served as the gateway to Scandinavia. In spring 1349, a ship arrived from England. Within weeks, Bergen's population began dying. The city's role as a Hanseatic League port ensured rapid transmission along established trade networks. Norway faced unique vulnerability. Much of the population clustered in coastal settlements connected by sea routes. Ships carried not just goods, but disease. The pestilence island hopped along the coast, striking community after community. Contemporary Norwegian sources are scarce, but the demographic evidence speaks clearly. Some estimates suggest Norway lost nearly two-thirds of its population, among the highest mortality rates in Europe. The kingdom's political structure crumbled. King Magnus VII, who ruled both Norway and Sweden, lost control as administrative functions collapsed. Many local officials simply vanished. The already fragile Norwegian nobility suffered disproportionate losses, perhaps because their duties required travel and contact with diverse populations. The kingdom would never fully recover its medieval prosperity. Sweden experienced similarly devastating losses. Stockholm, though smaller than Bergen, served as a crucial Baltic port. The plague arrived in autumn 1349. Swedish chronicles mention priests dying in such numbers that many parishes stood vacant for months. The Diocese of Linköping documented replacing half its clergy within a single year. Rural Sweden, with its scattered farmsteads, fared somewhat better than the towns, but the overall toll remained catastrophic. Denmark's experience followed the regional pattern. Copenhagen and other Danish ports along the Sound reported severe mortality. The kingdom's extensive maritime trade, usually a source of prosperity, became a vector for disease. Ships from the Low Countries and Germany brought goods and plague in equal measure. The Danish countryside, relatively less populated than southern Europe, still lost perhaps half its inhabitants. The Baltic region presented a complex network of trade and disease transmission. The Hanseatic League, that powerful confederation of merchant guilds and towns, had created an interconnected commercial empire stretching from Novgorod to London. Now those same trade routes became highways of mortality. Lübeck, the League's effective capital, experienced devastating losses in late 1349. From there, the plague radiated to Hanseatic outposts across the Baltic. Riga, Reval, modern Tallinn, and Danzig, Gdansk, all reported the pestilence by 1350. These cities represented the frontier between Christian Europe and Orthodox Russia, between German settlers and Baltic peoples. The plague made no distinction. German merchants, Latvian laborers, and Lithuanian peasants died equally. The most haunting evidence comes from ships found drifting in Norwegian waters. Multiple chronicles mention vessels discovered with entire crews deceased, the ships blown by wind alone until they grounded. One such ghost ship reportedly held a cargo of wool from England and a hold full of bodies. Whether these accounts are literal truth or symbolic narrative, they captured the era's terror of maritime contagion. Iceland provides a particularly interesting case. The island's isolation offered no protection. A ship arriving in spring 1349 brought the plague to Reykjavik. Iceland's limited population and geographic isolation might have suggested the disease would burn out quickly. Instead, it ravaged the island for months. Icelandic sagas mention entire farmsteads found empty, animals starving in their pens because no one survived to tend them. Greenland's Norse settlements faced an even grimmer fate. Evidence suggests the plague reached these remote colonies, though the chronology remains uncertain. What seems clear is that the colonies, already struggling with cooling climate and reduced contact with Europe, never recovered. By the 15th century, they had vanished entirely. While the plague alone didn't cause this extinction, it contributed to a cascade of failures. The Baltic Crusades, which had brought German settlers and Christianity to the eastern Baltic region, essentially ceased. The Teutonic Knights, despite their military organization, suffered significant losses. Their ability to field armies diminished. The steady pressure on pagan Lithuania eased. This shift would have long-term geopolitical consequences, allowing Lithuania to consolidate and eventually form a powerful union with Poland. Scandinavia's demographic collapse had environmental effects. In Norway particularly, farms abandoned to wilderness remained empty for generations. The tree line shifted downward as cultivated slopes returned to forest. Wolves and bears reclaimed territory from which they'd been excluded for centuries. The landscape itself transformed in humanity's absence. The fishing industry, crucial to Scandinavian economies, faced severe disruption. The great cod fisheries of the Lofoten Islands continued, but with drastically reduced crews. Bergen, which had served as the export hub for dried cod, struggled to maintain operations. The Hanseatic merchants who controlled this trade adapted, but the networks took decades to fully recover. Sweden's iron production, another economic pillar, similarly declined. The mines continued operating, but with reduced output. Skilled miners had perished, and their expertise proved difficult to replace. This had ripple effects across Europe, as Swedish iron had supplied many markets. The shortage contributed to rising prices for metal goods throughout the 1350s. The Orthodox regions farther east experienced the plague differently. Novgorod, the great trading republic of northwestern Russia, had extensive contact with Hanseatic merchants. The city reported severe mortality in 1349 to 1350, though Russian chronicles provide less detail than Western sources. The plague likely traveled along Russian river routes, spreading into the interior, but documentation remains fragmentary. By 1351, the plague's first wave had exhausted itself across the northern reaches. The region had been fundamentally altered. Norway would remain politically weakened for centuries, eventually falling under Danish control. Sweden would emerge as the regional power, partly because it had retained more of its population and infrastructure. The Hanseatic League would dominate Baltic trade even more completely, as local competitors had been eliminated. The North had learned the same bitter lesson as the rest of Europe. Isolation was no protection. Distance might delay the plague's arrival, but it would arrive nonetheless. The maritime networks that had brought prosperity now brought pestilence, and once the plague established itself in a region, it would return periodically for centuries. The North's first encounter with the pestilence had ended. Its long coexistence with endemic plague had just begun. The fury subsides. The tailing off of the first wave, 1351, 1352, the plague didn't vanish suddenly. It faded gradually, like a storm slowly passing. By late 1351, reports of new outbreaks had diminished noticeably across Western Europe. The Great Mortality that had begun in 1347 was finally releasing its grip. The question that haunted survivors was simple: why did it stop? Modern epidemiological analysis suggests multiple factors contributed to the pandemic's decline. The most fundamental was mathematical. The plague had consumed such a large portion of the population that fewer susceptible hosts remained. This concept, now called herd immunity, operates on brutal arithmetic. Each infected person needs to transmit the disease to maintain an outbreak. When potential victims become scarce, transmission chains break down. The disease hadn't encountered resistance in the form of antibodies or immune responses in survivors. Evidence suggests infection provided little lasting immunity. Rather, the plague had simply exhausted the pool of potential victims in many regions. Villages that had lost 60% of their inhabitants couldn't sustain ongoing transmission. The mathematics of contagion worked against continued spread. Seasonal patterns played a role. Pneumonic plague, the lung-based form, thrived in cooler weather when people crowded indoors. Summer heat disrupted these transmission patterns. The bacterium survived in its rodent reservoirs year-round, but the explosive human-to-human transmission that characterized the peak pandemic required specific conditions. By 1351, those conditions had temporarily shifted. The surviving population had also adapted behaviorally. Early in the pandemic, people had little understanding of contagion. They continued normal social activities even as neighbors sickened. By 1350, experience had taught harsh lessons. People maintained distance from the obviously ill. Flight from infected areas became routine. Communities imposed informal quarantines on themselves. These responses, though based on incomplete understanding, disrupted transmission. The human flea and body louse, now understood as primary vectors, may have experienced population crashes of their own. These parasites required human hosts. As human populations plummeted, parasite populations likely declined proportionally. Fewer parasites meant reduced transmission efficiency. The precise ecology remains difficult to reconstruct, but the correlation seems clear. Some regions experienced the plague's departure earlier than others. Italy, where the pandemic had struck first, saw mortality decline by 1350. England continued experiencing high death rates into early 1351. Scandinavia and the Baltic regions reported their last major outbreaks in 1351 to 1352. The disease receded eastward, roughly reversing its path of arrival. Attempts to quantify total mortality remain contentious among historians. Medieval population data is fragmentary and unreliable. Parish records, manorial accounts, and tax registers provide glimpses but not comprehensive statistics. Modern estimates suggest Europe lost between 40 and 60% of its population in 5 years. Some regions experienced even higher losses. The demographic crater was staggering. Europe in 1347 had perhaps 80 million inhabitants. By 1352, perhaps 35 to 40 million remained. Entire regions had been depopulated. This wasn't merely tragedy at individual scale, but civilizational trauma. The accumulated knowledge, skills, and relationships of millions had vanished. Certain professions suffered disproportionately. Clergy experienced mortality rates potentially higher than the general population. Their duties brought them into close contact with the dying. Physicians, though fewer in number, faced similar risks. Contemporary medical theory offered no protection, and attending the sick proved frequently fatal. The loss of educated professionals created knowledge gaps that persisted for generations. Urban centers had been hit hardest. Cities like Florence, which might have held 100,000 people before the plague, emerged with populations of 40,000 or fewer. The urban economic engine that had driven medieval prosperity sputtered. Manufacturing declined. Long-distance trade diminished. The sophisticated networks of credit and commerce that had characterized the 14th century economy lay in ruins. Rural areas showed more variation. Some isolated villages had escaped entirely, at least during the first wave. Others had been completely abandoned. The pattern seemed almost random, though proximity to major routes increased vulnerability. A village on a main road faced higher risk than one tucked in a remote valley. This geographic lottery would shape settlement patterns for centuries. The age structure of survivors likely skewed toward the young and the very old, though evidence remains ambiguous. Some studies suggest children faced particularly high mortality during the first wave, while others indicate they survived better than adults. The elderly who survived the initial onslaught may have possessed some prior exposure to earlier, milder plague variants. This remains speculative, as medieval sources rarely provide detailed demographic breakdowns. The plague's temporary retreat brought little comfort. Survivors understood instinctively that the monster might return, and indeed, evidence of the bacterium persisting in rodent populations across Eurasia suggested the threat remained. The question was not if the plague would return, but when and with what intensity. Some communities attempted to understand what had happened. Physicians wrote treatises analyzing the pestilence. These works, based on humoral theory and miasmatic explanations, offered little practical value. Yet they represented humanity's attempt to impose order on chaos, to find meaning in catastrophe. The very act of analysis suggested hope that future outbreaks might be prevented or mitigated. Religious interpretations predominated among the general population. The plague had been divine punishment for sin. Its departure suggested either that penance had been sufficient or that God's wrath had temporarily abated. This theological framework made the disaster comprehensible, even if it offered no practical prevention. Faith provided comfort where medicine could not. The economic disruption began manifesting in unexpected ways. Labor shortages drove wages upward despite attempts to legislate against this. Land values collapsed as demand evaporated. The intricate economic relationships of feudalism, built on assumptions of abundant cheap labor and land scarcity, had inverted overnight. The old rules no longer applied, but new ones had yet to emerge. By late 1352, European society faced a strange new reality. The immediate crisis had passed. The dying had slowed to normal background rates. But the world had irrevocably changed. Every survivor carried trauma. Every community bore scars. The social, economic, and psychological landscape had been transformed beyond recognition. The plague had stopped, but its work was far from finished. The immediate mortality phase had ended. The long aftermath, with all its economic upheaval, social transformation, and cultural evolution, was just beginning. Survivors stood in the wreckage of their civilization, surrounded by empty houses and uncultivated fields, and tried to imagine how to build something new from what remained. The numbers alone cannot capture the catastrophe. Behind each statistic stood individual tragedies multiplied millions of times over. A child watching parents sicken, a mother burying her children, a craftsman whose lifelong apprentice died, taking specialized knowledge with him. A village where everyone knew everyone, suddenly half empty. These human dimensions of the disaster echo across the centuries, a reminder that even the most devastating pandemic is ultimately a collection of individual losses. The economic earthquake, the world turned upside down. The surviving population of Europe emerged from the plague's first wave into an unrecognizable economic landscape. The fundamental relationships that had governed medieval life for centuries had shattered. What followed was not gradual adjustment, but upheaval of revolutionary proportions. Labor became the new scarce commodity. For generations, peasant workers had been abundant and cheap. Land, controlled by a small aristocratic minority, held all the value. The plague inverted this relationship overnight. Suddenly, land sat empty, while living workers could name their price. This shift would prove more transformative than the mortality itself. Agricultural wages began rising immediately. Estate records from England document the pattern clearly. A reaper who earned 2 pence per day in 1347 demanded 4 or 5 pence by 1350. A plowman's wages doubled, then tripled. Lords accustomed to paying fixed minimal amounts for labor watched their costs explode. The economic foundation of manorialism crumbled. Grain prices collapsed simultaneously. With perhaps half the population gone, demand for basic foodstuffs fell precipitously. Wheat that had commanded high prices before the plague now sold for a fraction of its former value. Lords who had grown wealthy selling surplus grain from their estates watched that income evaporate. The aristocracy faced a squeeze from both directions: rising labor costs and falling grain prices. Land values declined catastrophically. In parts of England, rents fell by 50% or more. Many holdings found no tenants at any price. The traditional system, whereby peasants paid rent in labor or kind to their lords, simply stopped functioning in many areas. Why accept traditional obligations when better terms were available elsewhere? The bonds of feudal tenure, supposedly sacred and permanent, proved negotiable after all. Manufacturing and luxury goods moved in the opposite direction. With fewer artisans surviving, the price of manufactured items soared. A pair of shoes, a woolen tunic, a tool all became more expensive. Those who possessed specialized skills found themselves suddenly prosperous. A master mason or experienced carpenter could command wages previously unimaginable. The labor aristocracy of skilled craftsmen emerged as a new economic force. Urban economies struggled differently than rural ones. Cities had depended on constant rural migration to maintain their populations. Young people had left overpopulated villages to seek opportunities in towns. The plague eliminated that surplus. Rural labor was now valuable enough that fewer chose urban migration. Cities found themselves unable to replace their lost populations naturally. Many urban centers would not return to pre-plague sizes for a century or more. The wool trade, England's economic backbone, experienced severe disruption. The great Cistercian abbeys and aristocratic estates had built fortunes on sheep farming. This required minimal labor. A few shepherds could manage large flocks. But the wool needed shearing, processing, and export. Those steps required workers who were now scarce and expensive. The wool export declined sharply in the early 1350s. Italian banking houses, which had financed much of European trade, faced cascading defaults. The Peruzzi and Bardi families of Florence had lent vast sums to Edward III of England to finance his French wars. The plague made repayment impossible and unnecessary. With lenders and borrowers both perishing, the web of credit that had sustained international commerce unraveled. The sophisticated financial instruments of medieval capitalism proved fragile when plague disrupted the underlying economy. Curiously, some sectors thrived. Luxury goods found a ready market among survivors. Those who inherited property from deceased relatives often possessed newfound wealth. The demand for expensive textiles, spices, jewelry, and other high-end goods actually increased. A merchant who had catered to the wealthy few before the plague might now find a larger market among the newly prosperous survivors. The property inheritance that followed the plague created strange patterns of concentration and dispersion. A surviving son might inherit from his father, uncles, and childless neighbors. Some families accumulated substantial holdings almost by accident. Others found themselves with property but no means to work it. Land-rich but labor-poor became the new reality for many. The church faced its own economic crisis. Monasteries and cathedrals had relied on rents and donations. Both declined. Dead patrons could give nothing. Surviving donors faced their own financial pressures. Meanwhile, the church needed to replace deceased clergy, often training men of lower quality in haste. The institution's economic and spiritual authority diminished simultaneously. Technological adaptation began slowly. Labor shortage encouraged experimentation with labor-saving techniques. Water mills and windmills, already known but not universal, spread more widely. Any technology that could replace human workers became newly attractive. This technological push would accelerate in subsequent decades, but the groundwork was laid in the immediate aftermath. The abandoned villages posed unique economic questions. Who owned land that no one claimed? What happened to fields that no one cultivated? In England, many lords converted depopulated arable land to pasture. Sheep required minimal labor and still provided valuable wool. This shift from cultivation to pasture would have profound long-term effects on the English landscape and economy. Urban real estate markets collapsed. With populations halved, housing became abundant. Rents fell sharply. Landlords who had profited from urban property found their investments worthless. Some cities, like Florence, responded by allowing suburban expansion to ease crowding in remaining inhabited areas. The dense medieval urban form began to loosen. Price controls and wage freezes, which we'll examine more closely in the next section, represented desperate attempts to preserve the old economic order. They failed. Market forces proved stronger than legislative decree. Workers simply moved to areas offering better wages. Employers who refused to pay market rates found no workers at all. The invisible hand of supply and demand asserted itself despite official prohibition. Trade routes shifted as cities rose and fell in importance. A port city that lost most of its population might lose its commercial dominance to a less affected rival. The Hanseatic League adapted by concentrating trade through surviving strong ports. The Mediterranean trade networks similarly reconsolidated around cities that had retained more of their populations and infrastructure. The disruption created opportunities for social mobility unprecedented in medieval society. A surviving peasant with skills might accumulate enough property to rise into the yeoman class. An urban artisan might establish his own shop where previously he would have remained a journeyman. The rigid social hierarchies that had characterized medieval society loosened, if not breaking entirely. Currency itself became problematic. With production and trade both disrupted, the money supply became effectively too large for the reduced economy. This contributed to inflation in manufactured goods, even as agricultural prices fell. The medieval economy lacked sophisticated monetary policy, so these imbalances persisted and distorted markets for decades. Some historians argue the plague's economic disruption ultimately benefited ordinary people. The labor shortage empowered workers as never before. Real wages rose substantially and would remain elevated for over a century. The standard of living for surviving peasants and artisans improved markedly. The catastrophe paradoxically created opportunity for those who endured. Yet this benefit came at unimaginable cost. The economic gains for survivors could never justify the loss of millions. The economic earthquake left everyone traumatized, even those who found themselves materially better off. Prosperity built in the bones of deceased neighbors and family provided cold comfort at best. By 1352, Europe's economy existed in suspended animation. The old system had broken. A new one had yet to emerge. Lords, merchants, workers, and clergy all struggled to understand the new rules. The next decades would see intense conflict as different groups fought to shape the post-plague economic order to their advantage. The immediate shock had passed. The long economic transformation had just begun. The peasants' revolt. Labor versus lordship. The newfound bargaining power of peasants and laborers threatened the entire feudal hierarchy. The aristocracy and wealthy merchants faced a choice: accept the new economic reality or attempt to force a return to the old order. They chose force. The result was a century of intensifying class conflict that would permanently alter European society. England moved first. Parliament, dominated by landowners, passed the Ordinance of Laborers in 1349, even before the plague had fully subsided. The statute attempted to freeze wages at pre-plague levels and forbid workers from leaving their traditional manners to seek better employment. Any laborer demanding higher wages faced imprisonment. Any employer offering higher wages faced fines. The legislation proved impossible to enforce. Workers simply ignored it. Employers, desperate for labor, quietly paid market wages despite the law. Royal officials charged with enforcement found themselves overwhelmed. The economy could not function at artificial wage levels when the labor supply had contracted so severely. Yet the law remained on the books, a source of simmering resentment. Parliament strengthened the statute in 1351 with the Statute of Laborers, adding more teeth to enforcement. Justices of laborers were appointed to enforce wage controls in each county. The new law required workers to accept employment at 1346 rates. Anyone refusing could be branded on the forehead. The brutality of enforcement reflected the aristocracy's desperation to maintain their privileges. Other European regions implemented similar measures. Florence's government attempted to control wages and restrict worker mobility. French lords petitioned for royal decrees limiting peasant movement. Castilian authorities imposed penalties on agricultural workers who abandoned their traditional holdings. The pattern repeated across the continent, elites using state power to suppress labor's new advantages. The laws failed economically but succeeded in generating profound resentment. Peasants understood perfectly well what was happening. Lords who had enjoyed absolute power over them for generations now scrambled to maintain that power through legislation. The hypocrisy was transparent. Markets were sacred when they benefited the wealthy. When markets empowered workers, suddenly legal controls became necessary. The resentment simmered for decades. Peasants continued working, but trust in the old social contract had evaporated. The feudal ideal, lords protect, peasants work, clergy pray, all in harmony, rang hollow. The plague had revealed that ideal as fiction. Lords had fled from plague-stricken estates. Clergy had abandoned their flocks. The protective social hierarchy had failed when tested. In France, the Jacquerie uprising of 1358 demonstrated the explosive potential of peasant rage. Though this revolt predated the later English uprising and had complex causes, including military failures against England, the plague's aftermath contributed to the underlying tensions. French peasants rose against their lords with shocking violence. The revolt was suppressed with even greater violence, but the message was clear. The peasantry would no longer accept unlimited exploitation passively. The conflict intensified in England through the 1360s and 1370s. Successive governments attempted to enforce labor statutes more strictly. Special courts processed thousands of cases. Workers were fined, imprisoned, even branded. Employers who paid market wages faced penalties. The aristocracy appeared determined to use legal violence to restore their economic dominance. The Hundred Years' War complicated matters. Edward III's campaigns required heavy taxation. Poll taxes fell on rich and poor alike in theory, but burdened the peasantry disproportionately in practice. The combination of wage suppression and increasing taxation created an explosive mixture. Peasants saw their lords exempt from the labor market while demanding both fixed wages and increased taxes. Village communities developed informal resistance. Workers helped each other evade labor statutes. Communities shielded individuals from justices of laborers. A culture of resistance emerged, particularly in the more prosperous regions of southern and eastern England, where labor was scarcest and most valuable. The law became something to evade rather than obey. Wealthy peasants, the yeoman class, emerged as leaders of this resistance. These were not the most desperate, but rather those with enough resources to take risks. They had tasted prosperity and refused to surrender it. They could read and write, understand legal proceedings, and organize communities. This leadership would prove crucial when open rebellion finally erupted. The spark came in 1381 with another poll tax, the third in 4 years. The tax was regressive, demanding the same amount from rich and poor. Tax collectors descended on villages with unprecedented aggressiveness. In Essex and Kent, villagers resisted. When authorities arrested resistors, entire communities rose to free them. The uprising spread with stunning speed. Wat Tyler emerged as the rebellion's symbolic leader, though the movement was more decentralized than traditional histories suggest. Thousands of peasants marched on London from Essex, Kent, and surrounding regions. They demanded an end to serfdom, fair rents, and the punishment of corrupt officials. The demands were both radical and specific, suggesting significant prior organization. The rebels displayed remarkable discipline initially. They targeted specific enemies, lawyers, tax collectors, and certain royal officials. The destruction was selective, not random. They opened prisons, burned legal records, and destroyed manorial documents. These were the papers that recorded their unfree status. Destroying the documents symbolically destroyed their bondage. King Richard II, then only 14, met the rebels at Mile End. He promised abolition of serfdom and pardons for the rebels. Many accepted these promises and went home, but others, less trusting, continued to Smithfield for another meeting. There, Wat Tyler was struck down in a confrontation with the mayor of London. The revolt's leadership decapitated, the remaining rebels scattered. The aftermath was brutal. Royal forces hunted down rebel leaders. Show trials resulted in hundreds of executions. The promises made at Mile End were revoked. Serfdom was not abolished. No reforms were implemented. The aristocracy had survived the challenge and responded with violence to ensure it wouldn't recur. Yet the revolt achieved something despite its military failure. It demonstrated that peasants could organize, could articulate demands, could threaten the existing order. The memory of 1381 haunted English governance for generations. Future monarchs and parliaments had to consider, how far they could push their subjects before provoking another explosion. The long-term economic trends continued regardless of legislation. Serfdom declined gradually across the 15th century, not through legal abolition but through practical obsolescence. Lords found that offering better terms attracted workers more effectively than legal compulsion. Market forces eroded feudal bonds slowly but inevitably. The conflict between labor and lordship played out differently across Europe. In Eastern Europe, paradoxically, the labor shortage led to increasing servitude. Lords used political power to bind peasants more tightly to the land, creating the second serfdom that would persist for centuries. The same demographic crisis produced opposite results, depending on the existing balance of political and economic power. In Italy and parts of France, urban workers formed guilds that functioned as proto-unions. These organizations could negotiate collectively with employers and municipal governments. The guild system provided workers with institutional power that peasants lacked. Urban revolts, like the Sciompi uprising in Florence in 1378, showed that the class conflict extended beyond the countryside. The church found itself caught in the middle. Ecclesiastical lords were among the largest landowners and thus had economic interests aligned with the secular aristocracy. Yet the church's moral teachings emphasized justice and fair treatment. Some clergy sympathized with peasant grievances. This tension would contribute to later challenges to church authority. The century following the Black Death saw the feudal order under sustained pressure. The plague had broken the economic model that sustained feudalism. Labor scarcity empowered workers. Laws attempting to suppress that power generated resistance. Open revolts erupted periodically, each suppressed violently, but each demonstrating the system's fragility. The transformation was gradual and incomplete. Feudalism didn't collapse overnight, but the plague had initiated changes that proved irreversible. By 1450, European society looked markedly different from 1340. Serfs had declined in number. Free tenants and wage laborers had increased. The rigid hierarchies had loosened, if not disappeared. The modern world was emerging from the medieval one, forged partly in the conflicts between labor and lordship in the plague's aftermath. The art of death, memento mori and the danse macabre. The plague transformed not just economies and societies, but the very way Europeans imagined death. Before 1347, death in art had been relatively abstract, often beautiful. Death meant transition to eternal reward for the virtuous. The skeleton or corpse rarely appeared in religious art. The plague changed everything. A new artistic motif emerged, the transitomb. These monuments depicted the deceased twice. The upper effigy showed them as they had been in life, dressed in finery, hands clasped in prayer. Below, a second sculpture showed their corpse in decay. Skin shriveled, flesh rotting, worms crawling through exposed ribs. The message was unmistakable. Remember what you will become. The Archbishop of Canterbury, Henry Chachel, commissioned perhaps the most famous English example for Canterbury Cathedral in the 1420s. His living image above, in full archiepiscopal regalia, contrasted with the cadaver below, naked and decomposing. The Latin inscription read, "I was pauper born, then to primate raised. Now I am cut down and served up for worms." Even the most powerful faced the same fate as the lowest beggar. These memento mori, reminders of mortality, proliferated across Europe. Churches and cathedrals filled with imagery of decay and death. The Basilica of Saint-Denis near Paris contains numerous transitombs from the post-plague period. The message was democratic in the most unsettling way. Rank and wealth meant nothing to death. The Danse Macabre, or Dance of Death, became perhaps the most iconic artistic response to the plague. This motif showed death personified as a skeleton or corpse, leading people from all walks of life in a dance. Pope and peasant, knight and merchant, maiden and monk all joined the procession. Death's invitation could not be refused. The earliest surviving Danse Macabre appeared as a mural in the Cemetery of the Holy Innocents in Paris around 1424 to 1425. Though later destroyed, it was copied extensively. The mural showed death confronting representatives of each social class, from emperor to infant. Each figure spoke verses acknowledging their mortality. The emperor's power meant nothing. The Pope's spiritual authority provided no exemption. Similar murals appeared across Europe. The Church of St. Mary in Lübeck featured an elaborate version. The Marienkirche in Berlin had another. In England, the church at Hexham displayed a dance of death. These weren't isolated examples, but represented a widespread cultural shift. Communities wanted these images where they would worship, a constant reminder of mortality's universality. Woodcut prints brought the danse macabre to a wider audience. Printmaking technology, developing rapidly in the 15th century, allowed these images to circulate beyond church walls. Artists like Hans Holbein the Younger would later create entire series of Dance of Death prints, making the motif accessible to anyone who could afford a woodcut. The imagery was deliberately unsettling. Death often appeared gleeful, dancing, and cavorting, while the living looked on in horror or resignation. Some versions showed death as a musician, playing instruments to which the living unwillingly danced. The reversal was complete. The living took direction from death itself. Religious art transformed as well. Crucifixion scenes, always central to Christian imagery, became more graphic. Christ's suffering was depicted in increasingly brutal detail. Blood flowed more freely. The torture appeared more realistic. This shift reflected a population that had witnessed suffering on an unprecedented scale. The sanitized depictions of earlier eras no longer resonated. The Pietà, showing Mary holding Christ's deceased body, gained new prominence. Michelangelo's famous sculpture came later, but the post-plague period saw countless versions of this scene. The image of a mother cradling her lifeless child spoke directly to the experience of plague survivors. Every viewer had lost family members, had held deceased loved ones. The Pietà transformed from theological statement to shared emotional experience. Manuscript illuminations filled with mortality imagery. Books of hours, personal prayer books used by wealthy laypeople, often included prayers for the dead and meditations on mortality. The margins of these texts sprouted skeletal figures, dancing corpses, and decomposing bodies. Even private devotional materials reflected the culture's obsession with death. Literature underwent similar transformation. The ars moriendi, the art of dying well, became a distinct literary genre. These texts instructed readers on how to prepare for death spiritually. They assumed death might arrive at any moment without warning. The plague had taught that lesson repeatedly. Being prepared for death wasn't morbid, but practical. Poetry explored mortality with new intensity. François Villon's Ballade des Dames du Temps Jadis, Ballad of Ladies of Times Gone By, with its famous refrain, "But where the snows of yesteryear mourned the ephemeral nature of life and beauty." The poem catalogued famous women of history and legend, all now deceased. Beauty and fame alike proved impermanent. The concept of vanitas emerged in visual art. These were still life paintings that included symbols of mortality and the futility of earthly pleasures. A skull among flowers, a candle burning down beside an hourglass, musical instruments and books surrounded by decay. Each element symbolized life's brevity and the meaninglessness of worldly achievement. This wasn't merely pessimism. The memento mori tradition served a spiritual purpose. By remembering death, one supposedly focused on spiritual rather than material concerns. If earthly life was brief and uncertain, then salvation became paramount. The artistic fixation on mortality aimed to direct people toward religious devotion. Yet the sheer volume and intensity of death imagery suggests something deeper than mere religious instruction needed to process. Survivors needed to process trauma. They had witnessed horrors that previous generations could scarcely imagine. Cities of the deceased, mass graves, families wiped out in days. The art gave form to experiences that defied normal comprehension. The plague created a culture saturated with death awareness. Children grew up surrounded by images of corpses and skeletons. Churches displayed decomposing bodies in stone and paint. Books showed death dancing with the living. This cultural shift persisted for generations, long after the plague's immediate threat had faded. Interestingly, some art showed acceptance rather than horror. The deceased in Danse Macabre images sometimes appeared calm, even peaceful. Death was inevitable, universal, and democratic. These qualities made it almost comforting. Rich and poor met the same end. In death, all were equal. This radical equality contradicted earthly hierarchy, but aligned with Christian teaching about the next life. The transi-tomb tradition continued into the 16th century, long after plague mortality had declined. The artistic innovation outlived the immediate crisis that spawned it. These monuments remained popular because they expressed something true about the human condition that the plague had revealed. Mortality defines us all, regardless of status. The Protestant Reformation would later challenge some of this imagery. Reformers rejected elaborate tombs and purgatory-related art as Catholic superstition. Yet the fundamental transformation in how Europeans visualized death persisted. The skeleton as personified death, the focus on bodily decay, the emphasis on mortality's universality, these remained central to Western artistic tradition. The Black Death thus left a profound cultural legacy beyond its demographic and economic effects. It changed how people imagined death, how they represented it visually, and how they incorporated awareness of mortality into daily life. The medieval world had known death, certainly, but not like this. The plague made death intimate, universal, and inescapable in ways that permanently altered European consciousness and artistic expression. The plague returns, the second pandemic's long shadow. The horror of 1347 to 1352 was not a singular event, but the opening act of a centuries-long tragedy. The plague returned in 1361, barely a decade after the first wave subsided. Contemporary chroniclers called it the pestis puerorum, the plague of children. This name revealed a crucial shift. The disease now struck hardest at those born after the first pandemic, who had no prior exposure. The 1361 outbreak proved nearly as devastating as the first, though measuring mortality precisely remains difficult. England may have lost 20% of its population. France experienced similar losses. The pattern would repeat across Europe. Just as survivors began rebuilding, just as abandoned villages started to repopulate, the plague returned to shatter fragile recovery. The rhythm of return became grimly predictable. Major outbreaks occurred roughly every 10 to 12 years through the late 14th century. Then, the intervals lengthened to 15 or 20 years in the 15th century. But the disease never disappeared entirely. Local outbreaks flickered constantly. A village here, a neighborhood there, just enough to maintain fear. The demographic pattern shifted with each recurrence. The 1361 outbreak hit children hardest, as mentioned. The 1369 outbreak affected young adults disproportionately. Later waves showed less clear age patterns. Each generation grew up with plague as a constant presence. The disease became endemic rather than epidemic, woven into the fabric of life rather than an external shock. This created a strange psychological state. People lived with constant awareness that plague might strike at any time, yet daily life had to continue. Fields needed plowing. Markets needed attending, children needed raising. Societies developed mechanisms to function despite perpetual threat. This normalization of catastrophe shaped European culture profoundly. Cities implemented increasingly sophisticated public health measures. Venice pioneered the 40-day quarantine, or quarantino, for ships arriving from suspected plague regions. The practice spread to other Mediterranean ports. Marseille, Genoa, and Barcelona all adopted similar measures. These weren't always effective, but they represented systematic attempts to control disease spread. The lazaretto or pest house became a permanent urban feature. These were isolation facilities for plague victims, keeping them separate from healthy populations. The first purpose-built lazaretto appeared on an island in the Venetian lagoon in 1423. The practice spread northward. By the 16th century, most major European cities maintained such facilities. Health passes became mandatory for travelers during outbreaks. A fede di sanitas certified that the bearer came from a plague-free area. These documents allowed movement between cities when borders otherwise closed. The system required bureaucracy and enforcement, contributing to the growth of administrative states. The plague literally helped create modern government structures. The recurring outbreaks followed geographical patterns. Port cities experienced plague more frequently due to their maritime connections. Inland cities saw less frequent but often more severe outbreaks when the disease finally arrived. Rural areas experienced wildly variable patterns, sometimes escaping for decades, then experiencing devastating mortality when plague reached them. London faced particularly regular visitations. Major outbreaks occurred in 1563, 1593, 1603, 1625, and 1636, culminating in the Great Plague of 1665. The city's role as England's commercial hub made it vulnerable. Ships from plague-affected regions docked regularly. Dense housing and poor sanitation created ideal conditions for transmission once the disease arrived. The economic consequences of recurring plague differed from the initial pandemic. The first outbreak had caused complete disruption. Recurring outbreaks created chronic instability. Merchants couldn't rely on consistent labor forces. Investment in long-term projects became riskier. The economy developed a short-term orientation that may have inhibited certain kinds of development. Yet paradoxically, the recurring plague may have contributed to technological innovation. Labor scarcity persisted, encouraging investment in labor-saving technologies. The printing press, improved agricultural techniques, and advances in navigation all emerged during the second pandemic period. The constant pressure of population loss may have accelerated innovation as a survival mechanism. Demographic recovery occurred between outbreaks, but incompletely. Europe's population in 1450 remained below its 1300 level. Only in the early 16th century did population reach and exceed pre-plague levels. This century and a half of suppressed population had lasting effects. Settlement patterns, agricultural practices, and economic structures all adapted to a world of lower population density. The plague's recurring nature changed family structures. With high child mortality, families tended to have more children as insurance against loss. Parents couldn't assume children would survive to adulthood. This affected inheritance patterns, emotional attachments, and social structures in ways historians are still exploring. The disease also became a political tool. Accusations of plague in enemy cities justified trade embargoes. Reports of plague, accurate or not, could close borders and disrupt diplomatic relations. The disease became weaponized in interstate competition, adding political complexity to the public health challenge. Medical understanding evolved slowly. Physicians recognized that plague was contagious, even if they didn't understand the mechanism. The miasma theory, bad air causes disease, persisted, but was supplemented by proto-contagion theories. The idea that something passed from sick to healthy gained traction, even without knowledge of bacteria. Some treatments showed pragmatic effectiveness despite incorrect theoretical frameworks. Fleeing infected areas worked, though not for the reasons people thought. Isolating the sick reduced transmission, though the explanation of breaking the chain of miasma was wrong. Sometimes right actions emerged from wrong theories. The plague's long shadow extended beyond mortality into the realm of memory and culture. Communities commemorated plague dead with special masses, monuments, and anniversary services. The disease became integrated into civic identity. Venice's Church of Santa Maria della Salute was built in thanksgiving for the end of a 1630 outbreak. Such monuments dotted the European landscape. Literature continued grappling with plague themes. Boccaccio's Decameron, written in the immediate aftermath of 1348, remained influential. Later writers like Daniel Defoe would return to plague themes. The disease became a literary device for exploring human nature under extreme stress, a role it still plays in modern fiction. The second pandemic only truly ended in the 18th century. The last major Western European outbreak occurred in Marseille in 1720. Eastern Europe experienced plague into the early 19th century. The reasons for its final disappearance remain debated. Changes in rat species, improved sanitation, and possibly bacterial evolution all may have contributed. By the time the second pandemic concluded, it had shaped European civilization for nearly 4 centuries. Multiple generations lived and died, knowing only a world where plague was endemic. The disease had become so normalized that its eventual disappearance was almost disorienting. Europeans had adapted so thoroughly to living with plague that its absence required new adaptation. The recurring nature of the plague meant that its effects were not one-time shocks, but ongoing pressures. Societies didn't just survive the plague and move on. They evolved while coexisting with it. The Europe that emerged in the 18th century had been forged in a crucible of recurring pandemic disease. Understanding this long coexistence is essential to understanding how medieval Europe transformed into the early modern world. The Great Mortality in the East, revisiting the Islamic world and beyond. While Europe reeled from the plague's assault, simultaneous catastrophe unfolded across the Islamic world. The disease that ravaged London and Paris also consumed Cairo, Damascus, and Tabriz. The pandemic was truly global, though each civilization experienced and interpreted it differently. The Mamluk Sultanate controlled Egypt and Syria, two of the medieval world's most prosperous regions. Cairo, possibly the world's largest city outside China with perhaps 500,000 inhabitants, became a plague epicenter. The disease arrived via Mediterranean ports in late 1347, the same routes that brought it to Italy. By spring 1348, Cairo was in crisis. The historian and jurist Ibn Kathir, who witnessed the plague in Damascus, recorded that 7 to 20,000 died daily at the outbreak's peak. These numbers, like most medieval statistics, may be exaggerated, but even allowing for hyperbole, the mortality was staggering. Damascus, a major Silk Road terminus, saw entire neighborhoods depopulated. Islamic civilization responded with theological interpretations distinct from Christian ones. Muslim scholars debated whether plague was divine punishment or martyrdom. The dominant view, articulated by religious authorities, held that plague was martyrdom for believers, but punishment for non-believers. This framework discouraged flight, as fleeing divine will showed lack of faith. Ibn Battuta, the great Moroccan traveler, returned to the Middle East during the plague years. His accounts describe scenes of devastation comparable to anything in Europe. In Gaza, he found the population reduced to a remnant. In Aleppo, the souks stood nearly empty. The vibrant commercial networks he had traveled decades earlier lay in ruins. The plague struck the Mamluk military elite particularly hard. These slave soldiers, imported from the Caucasus and Central Asia, lived in close quarters in Cairo's citadel. The concentrated barracks proved ideal for transmission. The Sultanate lost perhaps 40% of its military strength. This weakening would have long-term strategic consequences as the Ottoman Empire expanded. Egypt's agricultural system depended on Nile irrigation and intensive labor. The population decline disrupted this system catastrophically. Fields went uncultivated. Irrigation channels fell into disrepair. The sophisticated hydraulic infrastructure that had sustained Egyptian agriculture for millennia began deteriorating. Recovery would take generations. The Persian lands, divided between Ilkhanate control and various successor states, experienced comparable devastation. Tabriz, the Ilkhanate capital, was struck in 1347 to 1348. The city's strategic location on east-west trade routes made it vulnerable. Contemporary Persian sources describe mass mortality and social breakdown. The plague accelerated the Ilkhanites' fragmentation. Already weakened by succession disputes, the empire couldn't withstand the demographic shock. By the 1350s, the Ilkhanate had effectively dissolved into competing regional powers. The plague didn't cause this collapse alone, but it certainly hastened it. Baghdad, still recovering from the Mongol devastation of 1258, faced another catastrophe. The city that had been Islam's cultural and political heart for centuries was struck repeatedly by plague through the 1340s and 1350s. The double trauma of Mongol conquest and plague reduced Baghdad to a shadow of its former glory. The Golden Horde territories experienced plague both as the disease's origin point and its victim. The Mongol domains in the Pontic-Caspian steppes served as the reservoir from which plague spread. Yet the Mongol population itself suffered tremendously. The elaborate courier and trade networks that had connected the Mongol Empire became transmission vectors. China presents the most difficult case to assess. Documentary evidence is sparse and contested. The Yuan dynasty, established by Mongol conquest, faced multiple crises in the mid-14th century. Plague was certainly one factor, but disentangling its effects from civil war, famine, and flooding proves nearly impossible. Some scholars argue China experienced mortality rates comparable to Europe. Others suggest the impact was more limited. The heterogeneity of Chinese sources and the vast distances involved make generalization dangerous. What seems clear is that the Yuan dynasty's collapse in the 1360s involved plague as one contributing factor among several. India's experience remains even more obscure. Contemporary Indian sources mention disease, but rarely in sufficient detail to confirm plague specifically. The Sultanate of Delhi faced political instability in this period, but linking it definitively to plague is speculative. Trade connections with the Islamic world and China certainly provided opportunities for transmission. The different religious and cultural frameworks shaped responses. Islamic law provided specific guidance on plague. The Prophet Muhammad had reportedly instructed believers not to flee plague-stricken areas or enter them from outside. This religious directive may have inhibited the flight response common in Europe, potentially increasing mortality. However, Islamic civilization developed sophisticated medical traditions. Physicians in Cairo and Damascus drew on Greek and Persian medical knowledge. The concept of contagion, or adwa, was debated extensively. Some scholars argued for quarantine-like measures despite religious injunctions against flight. This created tension between medical pragmatism and religious authority. The economic impact across the Islamic world mirrored Europe's experience. Labor became scarce and valuable. Agricultural production declined, trade routes disrupted. The sophisticated commercial networks connecting the Mediterranean, Red Sea, Persian Gulf, and Indian Ocean experienced severe contraction. The architectural legacy shows the impact. The great building projects that had characterized 13th century Islamic civilization slowed dramatically. The Mamluk sultans continued commissioning mosques and madrasas, but on a smaller scale. The elaborate complex projects requiring enormous resources and coordinated labor became less feasible. The plague's arrival via the same trade routes that had brought prosperity reinforced ambivalence about long-distance commerce. The Silk Roads had enriched Central Asian cities and Mediterranean ports. Now those same routes had brought catastrophe. This didn't stop trade, but added a layer of anxiety to commercial activity. The religious response in the Islamic world differed from Europe's flagellant movement and anti-Semitic pogroms. Instead, there was an intensification of traditional piety. Mass prayers and Quranic recitations became common responses. The plague was interpreted within existing theological frameworks rather than spurring radical new movements. The long-term consequences included a shift in Islam's center of gravity. The Mamluk Sultanate never fully recovered its pre-plague strength. The Ottoman Empire, based in Anatolia and less severely affected initially, emerged as the new dominant power in the Islamic world. The plague thus contributed to a major geopolitical realignment. Persian culture experienced a flourishing even amidst demographic catastrophe. The poetry of Hafez, writing in mid-14th century Shiraz, reflected plague-era themes of mortality and transcendence. The artistic and literary productivity suggests that while populations declined, cultural creativity persisted among survivors. The comparative question is fascinating. Did the Islamic world experience the same social transformations as Europe? The evidence suggests some parallels, but also significant differences. Labor scarcity occurred, but the different social structures meant different adaptations. The feudal systems weakening in Europe had no precise parallel in Mamluk society. The plague's global nature in the 14th century reminds us that this was not merely a European catastrophe. The Black Death connected Eurasia through shared suffering. The disease demonstrated humanity's interconnectedness, though in the most tragic way possible. Trade routes that had fostered cultural exchange and prosperity also transmitted pandemic disease. The science of survival, medieval medicine versus the plague. Medieval physicians confronted the plague armed with theories that were sophisticated within their framework, but fundamentally wrong about the disease's nature. Understanding how they approached the pandemic reveals both the limits of pre-modern medicine and the pragmatic adaptations that sometimes worked despite incorrect underlying theory. The dominant medical framework was humoral theory, inherited from ancient Greek medicine through Arabic intermediaries. This system held that health resulted from balanced four humors: blood, phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile. Disease represented imbalance. Treatment aimed to restore equilibrium through diet, bloodletting, purging, and medication. When plague arrived, physicians attempted to fit it into this framework. The rapid onset and high mortality challenged humoral explanations, but medical authorities adapted the theory. They proposed that plague resulted from extreme humoral corruption, perhaps caused by external factors like corrupted air or unfavorable astrological conjunctions. The University of Paris medical faculty, Europe's most prestigious, issued a report in 1348 explaining plague's causes. They attributed it to an unfortunate conjunction of Saturn, Jupiter, and Mars in Aquarius on March 20th, 1345. This astronomical event had supposedly corrupted the air, creating miasma that spread disease. The explanation was wrong, but internally consistent within medieval cosmology. Miasma theory held that bad air, or miasma, caused disease. This wasn't entirely absurd. Correlation between foul-smelling environments and disease was observable, even if the mechanism was misunderstood. Plague did often appear in densely populated areas with poor sanitation, reinforcing this theory. The association between smell and disease made intuitive sense. Treatment protocols followed logically from these theories. If corrupted air caused plague, then purifying air should help. Physicians recommended burning aromatic herbs, maintaining fragrant fires, and carrying sweet-smelling flowers or pomanders. The wealthy wore perfumed masks. These interventions did nothing against the bacterium, but showed attempts at rational response. Bloodletting was prescribed extensively. If plague represented humoral imbalance, removing excess blood should restore balance. Physicians would open veins or apply leeches to draw blood. This treatment likely weakened patients further, reducing their chance of survival. It demonstrated how incorrect theory could lead to actively harmful practices. Dietary prescriptions were common. Physicians recommended avoiding certain foods thought to increase corruption. Fish, fresh fruits, and certain vegetables were forbidden. The recommended diet emphasized bland, easily digestible foods. These dietary changes probably had minimal impact either way, but they gave patients and families a sense of control. Plague buboes, the swollen lymph nodes characteristic of bubonic plague, received direct treatment. Physicians lanced buboes to drain pus, applied poultices, or attempted to draw out poison through cupping. Some evidence suggests that draining buboes might have provided slight benefit by reducing bacterial load, though the procedure itself risked secondary infection. Theriac, a complex compound medication containing dozens of ingredients including viper flesh, was prescribed as both preventive and curative. This expensive medication had ancient origins and was thought to counteract poisons. It almost certainly had no effect on plague, but its elaborate preparation and high cost gave it prestige. Some physicians recognized the disease's contagious nature despite lacking germ theory. The observation that plague spread from person to person suggested something passed between them. This proto-contagion theory competed with miasma theory. Physicians debated whether plague spread through air alone or required closer contact. The most effective medical advice, flee early, return late, was both simple and unavailable to most people. The wealthy could retreat to country estates, escaping concentrated urban transmission. Physicians knew this worked, but couldn't explain why within their theoretical framework. Empirical observation sometimes trumped theory. Quarantine measures developed in Italian city-states showed pragmatic effectiveness despite theoretical confusion. Venice and Ragusa, Dubrovnik, implemented isolation periods for ships and travelers from plague-affected areas. The 40-day quarantine period may have been chosen for religious significance rather than epidemiological knowledge, but it worked. The observation that plague sometimes clustered in households suggested household transmission. This led to the practice of sealing infected houses, confining all occupants. This brutal measure probably reduced community spread, but condemned sealed household members to high infection risk. The public health benefit came at tremendous individual cost. Jewish physicians were sometimes sought despite social persecution. Paradoxically, Jewish communities sometimes had lower plague mortality rates, possibly due to different hygiene practices or dietary laws that reduced rat contact. This observation led some to consult Jewish physicians, though others interpreted lower mortality as evidence of Jewish guilt in spreading plague. The conflict between medical advice and religious teaching created dilemmas. Medicine suggested fleeing, but religious duty demanded attendance to the sick and dying. Physicians who fled appeared cowardly, while those who stayed often perished. The profession faced a crisis of credibility when its practitioners couldn't protect even themselves. Some innovations emerged from plague experience. The practice of autopsy, previously limited by religious prohibition, expanded as physicians sought to understand plague through direct observation. This laid groundwork for anatomical study that would eventually revolutionize medicine. Catastrophe sometimes accelerates knowledge accumulation. Drug recipes proliferated. Compounds containing mercury, arsenic, and other toxic substances were prescribed. These often poisoned patients without helping them. The desperation to find effective treatment led to experimentation that was sometimes fatal. Medical entrepreneurship flourished as charlatans sold useless remedies to desperate people. Protective clothing evolved during plague outbreaks. The famous plague doctor costume, long robe, gloves, and beaked mask stuffed with aromatics, appeared later but represented this tradition. The costume aimed to prevent miasma from reaching the physician. While it didn't work as intended, the physical barrier might have reduced contact transmission slightly. Isolation hospitals or lazarettos represented an institutional innovation. These separated sick from healthy populations. The practice showed recognition of contagion even if the mechanism remained mysterious. Lazarettos became permanent features of European cities, representing the institutionalization of public health measures. Public health regulations emerged from plague experience. Italian cities appointed health boards with authority to enforce quarantines, inspect ships, and manage outbreaks. These boards exercised extraordinary powers during emergencies. They represented early forms of public health bureaucracy that would become standard in modern states. The concept of health passes or certificates of health developed during plague years. Travelers carried documents certifying they came from plague-free areas. This required administrative infrastructure to issue, verify, and enforce such documents. The plague thus contributed to the growth of state bureaucratic capacity. Interestingly, some folk remedies showed more promise than learned medicine. The practice of avoiding contact with the sick, based on observation rather than theory, protected people. Simple hygiene measures like frequent washing, though not understood in terms of disease transmission, probably helped marginally. Common sense sometimes outperformed sophisticated but incorrect theory. The long coexistence with plague led to cumulative knowledge despite theoretical limitations. Physicians developed increasingly detailed symptom descriptions. They learned to distinguish bubonic from pneumonic plague forms. They recognized that pneumonic plague spread more readily and was more invariably fatal. This observational knowledge accumulated even without correct theoretical framework. By the 17th century, plague treatises had become a distinct medical genre. Physicians compiled centuries of observation and treatment attempts. These texts represented proto-epidemiological thinking, tracking outbreak patterns and attempting to identify risk factors. While still operating within incorrect frameworks, they showed systematic attempts at understanding disease. The plague's challenge to medieval medicine had lasting consequences. The failure of humoral theory and miasmatic explanations to control plague created space for new medical paradigms. The observation that contagion mattered more than bad air planted seeds for later germ theory. Medical progress sometimes emerges from confronting the limits of existing knowledge. The irony was that some of the most effective measures, quarantine, isolation, fleeing infected areas, required no sophisticated medical theory. They emerged from observation and pragmatism. Medieval medicine's theoretical elaboration sometimes obscured simple, practical truths. The plague taught brutally that empirical observation could matter more than theoretical elegance. The genetic legacy, survivors, and immunity. The Black Death was not just a historical event, but a biological one, leaving marks in the very DNA of descendant populations. Modern genetic research has revealed how the plague served as an intense selection pressure, favoring certain genetic variants and eliminating others. Survivors passed their advantageous mutations to future generations, creating a genetic legacy visible today. The first hints of genetic selection came from population studies showing variations in immune system genes across European populations. Researchers noticed that certain gene variants appeared more frequently in regions that had experienced severe plague mortality. This pattern suggested those variants had provided survival advantages during the pandemic. The CCR5 gene became an early focus of research. This gene produces a protein receptor on white blood cell surfaces. A particular mutation, called CCR5 delta 32, prevents the receptor from forming properly. Individuals with this mutation show increased resistance to certain infections, including possibly plague. The mutation's geographical distribution in Europe correlates with historical plague intensity. However, later research complicated this picture. The CCR5 Delta 32 mutation appears to predate the Black Death by centuries. Its frequency increased during the plague years but wasn't created by them. The pandemic amplified selection for an existing variant rather than creating a new one. This distinction matters for understanding how selection operates. More recent studies have identified genes with stronger plague-specific connections. Researchers at McMaster University and the University of Chicago examined ancient DNA from plague victims buried in London during the Black Death. They compared this with DNA from individuals who died before or after the plague, seeking differences. The research identified 4 genes showing strong selection signals. ERAP2, which helps the immune system recognize pathogens, showed the clearest signal. Individuals with certain ERAP2 variants had significantly higher survival probabilities during the plague. The study estimated that having 2 copies of the protective variant could increase survival chance by 40%. This kind of selection operates brutally. Imagine a population where half carries the protective variant and half doesn't. After a plague outbreak taking 60% mortality overall, individuals with the protective variant might face 40% mortality, while those without face 80%. Over multiple plague waves, the protective variant becomes increasingly common. The AKR2 gene showed similar patterns. This gene affects inflammatory response. Too much inflammation can be deadly, as in the cytokine storms that characterize severe infections. Too little leaves the body unable to fight pathogens effectively. The plague apparently favored individuals with balanced inflammatory responses, selecting for particular AKR2 variants. The genetic legacy isn't purely beneficial. Some variants that protected against plague appear to increase susceptibility to autoimmune diseases in modern populations. The ERAP2 variants that boosted plague survival, for instance, show association with Crohn's disease. Evolution doesn't optimize for long-term health, only immediate survival and reproduction. This represents an evolutionary trade-off. During plague outbreaks, a hyperactive immune system that increased autoimmune disease risk was better than being susceptible to plague. Natural selection favored surviving to reproduce over avoiding autoimmune problems decades later. Descendants inherited both the protection and its costs. The selection pressure varied geographically. Regions experiencing more severe or more frequent plague outbreaks showed stronger genetic signals. Northern Italy, repeatedly struck by plague, shows different immune gene frequencies than Scandinavia, which experienced fewer outbreaks. The genetic landscape of Europe reflects its plague history. Interestingly, populations outside plague-affected regions lack these genetic signatures. Sub-Saharan Africa, which largely escaped the second pandemic, shows different immune gene frequencies. This natural experiment demonstrates that these European genetic patterns resulted specifically from plague selection rather than other factors. The research methods themselves are remarkable. Scientists extract DNA from teeth and bones of plague victims, amplify specific gene sequences, and compare them with modern populations. This ancient DNA analysis can reveal which genetic variants existed before the plague and which increased in frequency afterward, directly demonstrating selection. Studies of the bacterium's evolution complement human genetic research. Yersinia pestis itself evolved during its global spread. Different strains show different virulence levels. The bacterium and its human hosts were locked in evolutionary arms race, each adapting to the other. Human immune genes evolved to combat plague, while plague evolved to evade human immunity. The speed of selection during the plague was extraordinary by evolutionary standards. Significant genetic frequency changes occurred within a few generations. This demonstrates how powerful selection pressure can be during pandemics. Most evolutionary changes accumulate slowly over thousands of years. Plague selection operated on decade to century timescales. Modern implications extend beyond historical curiosity. Understanding how past pandemics shaped human genetics informs current disease research. The immune system variations selected by plague affect modern disease susceptibility and treatment response. Plague's genetic legacy influences contemporary health outcomes. The research also reveals something profound about human diversity. The genetic variation within European populations partly reflects different plague exposure histories. Populations that experienced severe plague developed one set of adaptations. Those with different exposure developed different adaptations. This contributes to the genetic diversity we observe today. Ethical considerations arise from this research. Disturbing burial sites to extract DNA raises questions about consent and respect for the deceased. Researchers must balance scientific knowledge against reverence for the dead. Most work follows strict ethical guidelines, but the tension persists between studying the past and respecting it. The genetic legacy extends to behavioral traits potentially. Some researchers have speculated that plague might have selected for certain psychological characteristics. Individuals who were more risk-averse or less social might have avoided infection more successfully. This remains highly speculative, but it illustrates how pandemic selection might extend beyond obvious immune genes. The plague's genetic impact continues being discovered. New studies regularly identify additional genes showing selection signatures. As ancient DNA extraction techniques improve and more samples are analyzed, the picture becomes increasingly detailed. We're still learning how profoundly the plague reshaped human genetics. This genetic legacy means that modern Europeans and their descendants globally carry plague's marks in their DNA. The immune system characteristics that help fight modern infections partly reflect adaptations to a 14th century pandemic. The past literally shapes the present at the molecular level. The research demonstrates evolution's ongoing nature. Humans didn't finish evolving in the distant past. Major selection events like the Black Death occurred recently enough that their effects remain visible. Evolution operates whenever strong selection pressures exist, including during historical pandemics. Understanding plague's genetic impact also provides insights for future pandemic preparedness. It reveals how populations adapt to novel pathogens and what costs those adaptations might carry. This knowledge could inform public health strategies and medical interventions during future disease outbreaks. The story of plague genetics is ultimately one of survival at tremendous cost. Yes, protective genetic variants increased in frequency, but this occurred through the mechanism of massive mortality. Those who lacked protective variants died disproportionately. The survivors passed their genes forward, creating modern patterns. Genetic legacy is written in lives lost as much as lives saved. The research continues evolving as technology advances. Whole genome sequences from ancient plague victims are becoming available. These allow comprehensive analysis of selection across the entire genome, not just candidate immune genes. Future discoveries will likely reveal additional plague-selected variants, deepening our understanding of this genetic legacy. The Black Death thus remains relevant in the most intimate way possible. It shaped who we are biologically. The descendants of plague survivors carry genetic adaptations that wouldn't exist without that catastrophe. Our bodies remember events our minds know only through history. The plague's legacy lives on, literally, in our genes. The reshaped landscape, ecology and abandonment. Picture a landscape that once hummed with human activity. Fields stretched to the horizon, marked by the careful geometry of medieval agriculture. Villages dotted the countryside every few miles. Then silence. Within a generation, perhaps half of Europe's farmland returned to wilderness. The environmental transformation was staggering. Forests reclaimed land that humans had cleared over centuries. In England alone, contemporary documents record the abandonment of thousands of villages. These weren't temporary departures. Entire communities vanished. The survivors often lacked the numbers to maintain cultivation. Fields became meadows. Meadows became scrubland. Scrubland matured into forest. Archaeological evidence reveals this pattern across the continent. Pollen cores from lake beds show a dramatic shift in vegetation after 1350. Cereal pollens decline sharply. Tree pollens surge. The boundary between human settlement and wilderness, so carefully maintained for generations, dissolved. Nature pressed inward. The rewilding happened faster in marginal areas. Upland pastures in the Alps saw shepherds disappear. Cleared land in the German forests grew dense with oak and beech again. Regions that required constant human effort to remain productive were simply abandoned. The survivors gravitated toward better soil, consolidating in fewer but more prosperous settlements. Water systems changed without human maintenance. Drainage ditches filled with sediment. Carefully managed wetlands reverted to marshes. Rivers shifted course without the embankments that once constrained them. In the fenlands of eastern England, decades of drainage work were lost. The waters returned. Wildlife populations responded to the absence of human pressure. Deer multiplied in the new growth forests. Wolves ranged more widely, finding less resistance from depleted human populations. Boar thrived in the regenerating woodlands. Bird populations shifted as agricultural land gave way to scrub and forest. The ecological balance tilted away from a human-dominated landscape. Some scholars argue this massive depopulation contributed to climatic shifts. The theory suggests reduced agricultural activity meant less carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, fewer people burning wood, clearing land, and working soil. The timing aligns with intensification of the Little Ice Age in the late 14th century. The connection remains debated, but the scale of land abandonment was certainly unprecedented. Economic documents reveal the transformation through a different lens. Land values plummeted. Property that once commanded premium prices became nearly worthless. Manorial records show lords unable to find tenants for vacant holdings. In some regions, landlords offered terms that would have been unthinkable before the plague: reduced rents, longer leases, freedom from certain obligations. Still, the land went unworked. The abandoned villages themselves became archaeological sites. In England, researchers have mapped over 3,000 deserted medieval settlements. Their remains lie beneath pastureland, visible only as subtle earthworks. Aerial photography reveals the ghostly outlines of streets, house platforms, and field systems. Each one represents a community that simply ceased to exist. Some villages survived, but shrank dramatically. Church records show parishes that once supported hundreds reduced to dozens. The physical infrastructure remained churches, manor houses, barns, but stood largely empty. In many cases, these buildings were stripped for materials. Stone from abandoned churches built new structures in surviving towns. The pattern varied by region. Italy's cities maintained their populations better than rural areas, though even urban centers saw dramatic losses. The countryside around Florence and Siena emptied significantly. In contrast, regions with scattered settlement patterns sometimes fared better. The plague spread most efficiently through dense populations. Eastern Europe experienced different dynamics. Lower population density before the plague meant less dramatic abandonment. However, the demographic shock still reshaped settlement patterns. Some historians argue the plague accelerated the eastward expansion of German settlers into previously Slavic territories, filling demographic voids. The Mediterranean coastline saw shifts in land use. Intensive cultivation of grains gave way to pastoralism and specialized crops. With fewer mouths to feed, landowners could focus on products with higher profit margins: wine, olive oil, luxury textiles. The landscape reflected these economic calculations. In mountainous regions, entire valley systems were abandoned. The terrace systems that once supported agriculture crumbled without maintenance. Erosion reclaimed slopes that generations had carefully stabilized. Alpine passes saw less traffic. Remote monasteries found their populations unsustainable and were abandoned or consolidated. Urban spaces transformed too, though differently. Cities didn't revert to wilderness, but their density decreased. Neighborhoods were abandoned within larger urban areas. Buildings collapsed and weren't rebuilt. Some cities deliberately demolished structures in depopulated quarters. Green spaces appeared where housing once stood. The long-term ecological legacy is still visible today. European forests contain subtle traces of medieval field systems beneath their canopy. Ancient hedgerows, once property boundaries, now run through seemingly natural woodlands. Archaeological surveys using LiDAR technology reveal how extensively human activity had modified the landscape before the plague, and how much of that was erased. Water quality likely improved in many regions. Fewer people meant less pollution from tanning, dyeing, and other industries. Rivers that had been heavily used for manufacturing and waste disposal ran cleaner. Fish populations may have rebounded. Though we lack direct evidence, the reduced human footprint almost certainly benefited aquatic ecosystems. The psychological impact of this environmental transformation deserves consideration. For survivors, the visible emptiness was a constant reminder of loss. Forests creeping back over land their parents had farmed. Villages left to crumble. The landscape itself became a memorial to the departed. This must have shaped medieval consciousness profoundly, living amid the ruins of a more populous world. A crisis of faith, the Church's eroded authority. The Catholic Church entered the 14th century as Christendom's unquestioned authority. Spiritual matters were its exclusive domain. Temporal powers deferred to papal judgment. Then came a pestilence that defied prayer, ignored holy water, and struck down the pious as readily as the sinful. The institution never fully recovered its absolute authority. Clergy perished in staggering numbers. Priests administered last rites to the dying. Monks and nuns cared for the sick. This put them in direct, constant contact with infection. Contemporary accounts suggest clerical mortality rates exceeded 40% in many regions. Some dioceses lost two-thirds of their priests. Monasteries that had thrived for centuries were left with too few members to function. The immediate crisis was practical. Who would perform the sacraments? The Church scrambled to ordain replacements, relaxing standards dramatically. Men with minimal training took vows. The educational level of the clergy dropped precipitously. This emergency measure created a generation of poorly educated priests serving parishes across Europe. Theological explanations for the plague proved unsatisfying. Church authorities proclaimed it divine punishment for sin. But this raised uncomfortable questions. Why did the righteous suffer alongside the wicked? Why did prayer seem ineffective? Entire communities had processed through streets, begging for mercy. The plague continued regardless. The disconnect between promised divine protection and brutal reality was stark. Some clergy abandoned their posts. Faced with certain exposure to infection, they fled. Contemporary chroniclers recorded this desertion with shock and anger. Priests who should have been shepherding their flocks instead sought safety. This betrayal was not universal. Many clergy showed extraordinary courage, but it was widespread enough to damage institutional credibility. The Church's material wealth became a point of resentment. While peasants starved, ecclesiastical properties remained vast. The plague had created opportunities for the Church to expand its holdings through inheritance. Dying believers left land and valuables to religious institutions, hoping to secure salvation. This accumulation of wealth during catastrophe seemed callous to many observers. Intellectual challenges emerged within the Church itself. Theologians wrestled with reconciling an all-powerful, benevolent God with such indiscriminate suffering. Some argued the plague was Satan's work, not God's. Others emphasized human free will and sin. None of these explanations fully satisfied believers who had witnessed children perish despite baptism and communion. The Avignon papacy's handling of the crisis damaged papal prestige. Pope Clement VI remained in Avignon, protected by fires kept burning constantly to purify the air. He issued bulls granting indulgences to plague victims. But physical distance from the suffering, combined with the continued papal schism and French influence over the papacy, made the institution seem compromised. Popular religious movements gained strength in the Church's weakened state. Lay piety increased. People sought direct relationships with the divine, bypassing institutional mediation. Bible reading in vernacular languages, though still restricted, became more desired. The appetite for texts that allowed personal engagement with Scripture grew. The cult of saints took on new characteristics. Saint Sebastian and Saint Roch, associated with plague protection, saw surging devotion. People sought intercessors who seemed more responsive than distant church hierarchy. Local shrines gained importance relative to established pilgrimage sites. Religious practice became more personal, less institutional. Criticism of the Church grew bolder. Writers like Giovanni Boccaccio depicted clergy as hypocrites, preaching virtue while acting corruptly. The Decameron, written during the plague's first wave, includes scathing portrayals of monks and friars. Such public critique would have been riskier before the crisis undermined clerical authority. The flagellant movement directly challenged church control. These penitents claimed direct divine inspiration, bypassing normal ecclesiastical channels. When the Church condemned and suppressed the movement, it demonstrated institutional power, but also revealed defensiveness. The Church felt threatened by uncontrolled religious expression. Mysticism flourished in the plague's aftermath. Figures like Catherine of Siena gained influence through claimed direct experience of the divine. Their authority derived from personal spirituality rather than institutional position. The church had to accommodate these voices even while trying to maintain doctrinal control. Parish structures were fundamentally altered. With fewer clergy and parishioners, small parishes were consolidated. This reduced the intimate connection between priest and community. The replacement clergy, often poorly trained, couldn't match the learning and dedication of their predecessors. The quality of pastoral care declined. Monastic communities faced existential challenges. Orders that had maintained strict discipline found their numbers too depleted to sustain traditional practices. Some relaxed rules about recruitment, admitting members who wouldn't have qualified before. Others merged monasteries. The contemplative life that had flourished for centuries became harder to maintain. Universities, many of which were ecclesiastical institutions, suffered disruption. Oxford and Cambridge lost substantial portions of their scholars. The continuity of learning was interrupted. When teaching resumed, the reduced pool of educated clergy meant lower standards. The church's role as guardian of knowledge was compromised. Heretical movements found more fertile ground. John Wycliffe in England and later Jan Hus in Bohemia challenged church doctrine and practice. Their critiques resonated with populations disillusioned by the plague experience. The church's inability to protect people from disease made theological criticism more persuasive. The relationship between church and state shifted subtly. Secular rulers had witnessed the church's failure to prevent catastrophe. They felt emboldened to assert authority in areas previously considered ecclesiastical. This trend towards state power at the church's expense accelerated in coming decades. Economic resentment focused on church wealth. As labor became scarce, monasteries struggled to work their extensive lands. They couldn't find tenants at traditional rates. Their economic dominance, taken for granted for centuries, faced practical challenges. This reduced their influence in secular affairs. The psychological impact on believers was profound. The certainties that had structured medieval life, God's protection for the faithful, the efficacy of sacraments, the church as mediator between humanity and the divine, had been shaken. Faith continued, but its character changed. Doubt entered where absolute conviction had reigned. Within a century, this erosion of church authority would contribute to the Protestant Reformation. The plague didn't cause the Reformation directly, but it weakened the institutional foundations. It demonstrated that the church could fail, that its explanations could prove inadequate, that its priests were fallible humans. These seeds of doubt planted in the plague years would eventually flower into religious revolution. Architecture of loss and renewal, building in a post-plague world. The great cathedral projects that had defined 13th century Europe ground to a halt. Construction on Cologne Cathedral ceased, not to resume for centuries. The massive workforce required for such enterprises simply didn't exist. Stone carvers, masons, laborers, all had perished or turned to more immediately profitable work. The architectural ambitions of the pre-plague era became unsustainable. What replaced them was architecturally significant but different in scale and purpose. Wealthy survivors, having inherited substantial fortunes, commissioned smaller projects. Chantry chapels proliferated across England and France. These intimate spaces, attached to larger churches, allowed families to fund perpetual prayers for their dead. Their proliferation reflects both economic reality and spiritual anxiety. The style called Perpendicular Gothic emerged in England during this period. Its characteristics, strong vertical lines, elaborate fan vaulting, large windows with complex tracery, represented a technical evolution, but the scale was different. Instead of vast cathedrals, this style adorned college chapels, parish churches, and private oratories. King's College Chapel in Cambridge, begun in 1446, exemplifies this shift. Magnificent craftsmanship, but serving a smaller community than earlier Gothic ambitions. Urban planning changed in response to plague experience. Cities that rebuilt after devastation incorporated new principles. Streets were widened where possible, improving air circulation. The medieval theory of miasma, that bad air caused disease, was wrong, but the practical effect of wider streets and better ventilation was beneficial. Sunlight reached ground level more readily. Waste disposal improved. Venice and other Italian city-states led innovations in urban health infrastructure. New regulations governed building heights, street widths, and sanitation. The Magistrato alla Sanità, established in Venice in 1486, had authority to enforce building codes designed to prevent disease spread. Architecture became subject to public health considerations for the first time. Housing density decreased in many urban areas. With fewer people, there was less pressure to crowd buildings together. Some neighborhoods were simply abandoned and demolished. The space was repurposed. Gardens, markets, public squares. Cities became less claustrophobic. This improved living conditions for survivors, though it was born of tragedy. Rural construction patterns shifted dramatically. The manor house, center of feudal estate management, became less dominant. Many stood empty or were converted to other uses. Meanwhile, prosperous peasants built more substantial farmhouses. The architectural landscape reflected changing social realities. Wealth was more distributed, and buildings reflected this. Church architecture incorporated new emphases. Larger windows brought more light into interiors. This practical improvement also carried symbolic meaning. Light as divine presence became more emphasized in the darker post-plague consciousness. The stained glass of earlier periods gave way to clearer glazing in some regions, flooding interiors with natural illumination. Civic architecture gained prominence. Town halls, guild halls, and market buildings received investment that might previously have gone to religious structures. This reflected the rising importance of urban merchants and craft guilds. The built environment of cities began to reflect secular power more overtly than before. Defensive architecture evolved too. Plague hadn't made warfare obsolete. Castles and fortifications continued to be built, but with new considerations. Some incorporated features meant to facilitate quarantine. Gates could be more thoroughly sealed. Guard towers allowed monitoring of travelers from a distance. Defense against human enemies remained important, but defense against invisible threats entered calculations. Bridges and infrastructure suffered from neglect during the plague years. Many required rebuilding afterward. The stone bridges that survive from the late 14th and 15th centuries are often broader and more robust than their predecessors. Partly this reflects improved engineering, but it also shows changed priorities. With less labor available, infrastructure had to be built to last with minimal maintenance. Hospitals evolved architecturally. The medieval hospital had been primarily a religious institution for indigent care. Post-plague hospitals, particularly those designated as pest houses or lazarettos, were designed with isolation in mind. Separate wards, distinct entrances and exits, and locations outside city walls became standard features. Architecture served public health policy. Monastic architecture simplified. The great Cistercian and Benedictine abbeys of earlier centuries were replaced by smaller foundations. Those monasteries that survived rebuilt more modestly. Cloisters were maintained, but the scale shrank. The relationship between architectural ambition and available resources had permanently shifted. Educational institutions saw new building. Colleges at Oxford and Cambridge expanded or were newly founded. These weren't massive cathedrals of learning, but more intimate quadrangles. The collegiate system, with its enclosed courtyards and integrated living and study spaces, flourished. This architectural model would spread across European universities. Memorial architecture took distinctive forms. Elaborate tombs, often with transy figures showing the deceased in states of decay, appeared in churches across Europe. These weren't just monuments to individuals, but statements about mortality itself. The architecture of death became more explicit, more confrontational. The living would face the reality of decay in stone. Timber frame construction became more common in Northern Europe. With forests reclaiming abandoned farmland, wood was abundant. The half-timbered buildings that characterize medieval towns in England, Germany, and France often date from the late 14th and 15th centuries. This construction method was faster and required less specialized labor than stone masonry. Guild halls showcased craft pride. Masons, carpenters, and other building trades gained power in the post-plague economy. Their guilds commissioned impressive buildings that advertised their skill and status. These structures were often the finest secular buildings in their cities, rivaling ecclesiastical architecture in quality, if not scale. The relationship between architecture and landscape changed. Country houses were built with more attention to views and setting. The grim practicalities of the plague years gave way to a new appreciation for beauty and comfort. Windows became larger and more numerous, opening buildings to the surrounding countryside. Architecture turned outward. Town fortifications were updated to accommodate new military technology. Gunpowder artillery, increasingly common by the 15th century, required different defensive arrangements. Lower, thicker walls replaced high medieval curtain walls in many places. The skylines of cities changed as military architecture evolved. Domestic architecture showed increasing concern for privacy. Wealthy homes began to feature more distinct rooms with specific purposes. The medieval Great Hall, where lord and household ate and slept communally, gave way to more segmented spaces. This architectural shift reflected changing social values, a move toward individualism that the plague experience had accelerated. The birth of public health. Lazarettos, bills of health, and cordons sanitaire medieval responses to disease had been largely passive: prayer, flight, or fatalistic acceptance. The Black Death's recurring waves forced a different approach. By the 15th century, northern Italian city-states had developed sophisticated public health systems. These innovations would define European disease control for centuries. The word quarantine comes from the Italian quaranta giorni, meaning 40 days. Venetian authorities pioneered the practice in the 1420s. Ships arriving from plague-affected regions had to anchor at designated islands for 40 days before crew or cargo could enter the city. This period, believed sufficient for disease to manifest, became standard across Mediterranean ports. Venice established the first permanent health board, the Magistrato alla Sanità, in 1486. This institution had extraordinary powers during plague outbreaks. It could seal buildings, close markets, regulate food supplies, and enforce quarantines. The board employed inspectors who monitored travelers, merchants, and goods entering the city. Public health became a government function. The lazaretto represented architectural innovation driven by disease control. These purpose-built plague hospitals were isolated from cities, usually on islands or outside walls. The Venetian lazarettos on the islands of Santa Maria di Nazareth and San Lazzaro Vecchio could house thousands. They provided basic care for the sick and quarantine for suspected cases. Their existence acknowledged that plague was now endemic, requiring permanent infrastructure. Milan developed particularly strict protocols. During outbreaks, authorities sealed infected houses with their inhabitants inside. Guards ensured no one entered or left. Food was passed through windows. The infected either recovered or perished. This brutal efficiency was credited with limiting outbreak severity, though the human cost was enormous. The sealed house became a symbol of state power over individual liberty in health emergencies. The Fede di Sanità, or Bill of Health, emerged as a passport system. Travelers carried documents certifying their place of origin was free from plague. These certificates allowed movement between cities. Without proper documentation, travelers faced quarantine or denial of entry. A bureaucratic apparatus grew around managing these certificates, with officials responsible for verification. Cordon sanitaire, the military isolation of infected regions, was perhaps the most dramatic measure. Armed guards sealed roads and borders. Anyone attempting to leave could be shot. This harsh policy aimed to prevent disease spread at any cost. The cordon around Marseille during its 1720 outbreak included thousands of troops maintaining a barrier across Provence. It largely failed, but the concept persisted. Clothing and goods were fumigated. Aromatic smoke was believed to cleanse contamination. While the miasma theory was incorrect, the practice sometimes helped by killing fleas in fabric. Warehouses were built specifically for fumigation of imports. Goods might be quarantined for weeks, aired and smoked repeatedly before release for sale. Burial practices came under government regulation. Mass graves were systematically organized rather than haphazard. Quicklime was used to accelerate decomposition and reduce odor. Burial locations were mapped and sometimes moved outside city walls. The management of the dead became a public health priority, removing it from purely ecclesiastical control. Street cleaning ordinances multiplied. Cities appointed officials responsible for waste removal and drainage maintenance. While medieval cities had never been as filthy as popular belief suggests, post-plague regulations intensified urban sanitation efforts. Pigs were banned from wandering streets in many cities. Waste disposal points were designated and regulated. Jewish communities, having often maintained better hygiene practices and dietary laws that limited rat contact, survived plague outbreaks at somewhat higher rates. This tragically fueled persecution, but it also led some authorities to study their practices. Separate water supplies, regular hand washing, and dietary restrictions were noted. Though misunderstood, observation of differential survival rates influenced health policies. Physicians and surgeons gained new roles as public health officers. They were employed by cities to monitor disease, report cases, and recommend measures. The physician's expertise, while still limited by contemporary medical theory, became systematically integrated into governance. Medical advice shaped public policy in unprecedented ways. Contact tracing, though not called that, was attempted. When plague appeared, authorities tried to identify everyone who had interacted with initial victims. These individuals were quarantined. The practice was imperfect. Understanding of transmission was flawed, but it represented systematic effort to track disease spread. Economic interests constantly conflicted with health measures. Merchants resisted quarantines that delayed shipments and cost money. Cities competed for trade. Strict health regulations could drive business to more lenient rivals. Governments had to balance disease control against economic survival. This tension shaped every public health decision. Information sharing between cities became routine. When plague appeared somewhere, authorities notified trading partners. A network of intelligence about disease presence developed across Europe. This was unprecedented coordination on a health matter, anticipating modern international disease reporting systems. Prostitution was more heavily regulated. Brothels, legal in many medieval cities, faced new restrictions during plague times. Authorities believed sexual activity might spread disease or weaken resistance. Prostitutes were sometimes expelled from cities during outbreaks. The association between disease and immorality, already strong, intensified. Fairs and festivals were canceled during outbreaks. These traditional gatherings, central to medieval economic and social life, were recognized as disease vectors. The decision to cancel required balancing economic loss against health risk. Authorities developed protocols for making such determinations, early forms of epidemiological assessment. Begging was restricted. Authorities worried that itinerant poor spread disease. Many cities expelled vagrants during plague times. Charity became more institutionalized and controlled. The sick poor were directed to specific hospitals rather than wandering freely. This reflected both genuine health concerns and social control impulses. Notification requirements forced people to report illness. Failure to declare plague cases in a household brought punishment. This turned citizens into surveillance agents, undermining trust, but providing authorities with earlier warning of outbreaks. The tension between public good and individual privacy, central to modern public health debates, has medieval roots. The costs of these systems were substantial. Health boards required staff and infrastructure. Quarantine facilities needed construction and maintenance. Guards demanded wages. Cities invested significantly in health capacity, recognizing that preventing plague was cheaper than managing outbreaks. This represented a new understanding of public goods and government responsibility. By the 16th century, Italian public health innovations had spread across Europe. Other cities adapted Venetian and Milanese models to local conditions. A common framework for responding to plague had emerged. It wasn't always effective. Plague continued to strike. But it represented humanity's first systematic, state-organized response to epidemic disease. The bureaucratic, quarantine-based approach to disease control that still structures global health policy traces its origins to these plague-era innovations. The plague's final European act, Marseille, 1720, and Moscow, 1771, plague had become less frequent in Western Europe by the 18th century. The last major English outbreak struck London in 1665. Urban sanitation had improved, building materials had changed from thatch to tile, and black rats were being displaced by brown rats less hospitable to plague fleas. Many believed the threat had passed. Then Marseille demonstrated how fragile that confidence was. The ship Grand Saint-Antoine arrived in Marseille's port in May 1720, carrying cotton and silk from Sidon. During the voyage, several crew members and passengers had died. Quarantine protocols should have been strictly enforced. But powerful merchant interests wanted their cargo released. The goods were valuable, and a fair was approaching. Economic pressure prevailed over caution. The initial cases appeared in June. Authorities were slow to recognize plague. Physicians debated diagnoses. By the time plague was officially acknowledged, containment was impossible. The disease spread through Marseille's crowded neighborhoods with terrifying speed. The city's population of roughly 90,000 would lose perhaps 50,000 by the epidemic's end. Bodies accumulated faster than they could be buried. Carts moved through streets collecting corpses. Mass graves were dug outside the city. Entire households perished. The social order collapsed as the death toll mounted. Looters ransacked abandoned homes. Those who could fled, carrying infection outward despite quarantine attempts. The regional government in Aix-en-Provence ordered a cordon sanitaire around affected areas. The Mur de la Peste, a wall patrolled by thousands of troops, was constructed across Provence. It stretched for miles, meant to seal infection within designated zones. Guards had orders to shoot anyone attempting to cross. This desperate measure came too late to prevent spread, but may have slowed it. Naval blockades prevented ships from leaving Marseille's harbor. The city was isolated by land and sea. Food supplies became scarce. Starvation compounded the plague's effects. The harsh quarantine measures, while justified epidemiologically, created humanitarian disaster. Infected populations were left to their fate. Medical responses remained limited. Bleeding, purging, and herbal remedies proved as useless as they had been in the 14th century. Some physicians fled. Others stayed, treating patients despite personal risk. Many physicians died. The medical establishment's inability to help was starkly evident. The epidemic finally burned out in 1722. Marseille's economy was devastated. Commerce, the city's lifeblood, had been interrupted for 2 years. Other European ports refused Marseille's ships long after the plague ended. Recovery took decades. The outbreak was a shocking reminder of plague's destructive potential even in the supposedly modern 18th century. 50 years later, plague struck Moscow with similar fury. The outbreak began in 1770 among Russian troops fighting the Ottoman Empire. Soldiers returning from the front brought infection. Moscow's military hospitals became the first sites of transmission. Authorities initially denied plague's presence, fearing panic. By spring 1771, the epidemic was undeniable. Moscow's population, around 270,000, faced the same horror Marseille had experienced. Quarantine measures were imposed, factories and churches closed, public gatherings were banned, police enforced isolation of infected houses. The response was swift but triggered social unrest. In September 1771, tensions erupted into the plague riot. Crowds attacked quarantine facilities, believing the measures were harsher than necessary. The focal point was the Bogoyavlensky Monastery, where an icon was said to perform miracles. Authorities had restricted access to prevent crowds gathering. Mobs stormed the monastery and freed quarantined individuals. Archbishop Ambrose was murdered by rioters after he had blessed the removal of the icon to prevent crowd gatherings. The riot demonstrated how disease control measures, however justified, could spark violent resistance. Catherine the Great dispatched troops to restore order. The riot was suppressed brutally. Quarantine measures were reimposed with military force. The state's authority was reasserted, but the incident revealed the social tensions that epidemic disease created. By the time the outbreak ended in early 1772, Moscow had lost between 50,000 and 100,000 people. Both outbreaks shared characteristics. They struck cities that believed themselves safe. They exposed tensions between commerce and health, between individual liberty and collective safety. They showed that 18th century states, despite improved organization, still struggled to control plague once established. And they revealed social fragility, how quickly order could collapse when death arrived on such scale. These late outbreaks also demonstrated improved medical understanding in some respects. Quarantine measures, though imperfectly applied, were based on correct recognition that plague spread person to person. The miasma theory still dominated, but pragmatic isolation of the sick reflected empirical observation. Knowledge was incomplete but gradually improving. The Marseille and Moscow outbreaks prompted reforms. Quarantine protocols were strengthened, International cooperation on disease notification improved. These episodes spurred investment in public health infrastructure. They weren't wasted suffering. Lessons were learned and applied. Yet they also showed plague's persistence. Despite centuries of experience, despite improved sanitation and medicine, the disease could still devastate major cities. The bacterium remained a threat, lurking in reservoirs beyond European borders, ready to resurge when conditions allowed. Complacency was dangerous. The psychological impact was significant. The Enlightenment had fostered confidence in human reason and progress. Plague's return challenged that optimism. It was a reminder that nature remained unconquered, that ancient threats persisted, that civilization remained vulnerable. The contrast between 18th century sophistication and medieval-style mortality was jarring. These outbreaks occurred as scientific understanding was accelerating. Within 150 years, the bacterial cause would be identified. Antibiotics would make plague treatable. But in 1720 and 1771, that knowledge didn't exist. Marseille and Moscow faced plague with essentially medieval tools. They were late acts in a drama that had played for centuries. The geographic pattern is notable. Both cities were trade hubs with connections to regions where plague remained endemic. Marseille linked Mediterranean commerce with France. Moscow was a gateway between Europe and Asia. Their positions made them vulnerable. Plague followed trade routes as it always had. After Moscow, plague largely withdrew from major European population centers. Smaller outbreaks occurred, but nothing on the scale of Marseille or Moscow. Whether this reflected genuine epidemiological change, rat populations, housing improvements, perhaps acquired immunity, or simply luck remains debated. Europe's plague era was ending. These final acts carried a poignancy. Medieval societies had faced plague without understanding its cause. 18th century societies faced it with scientific aspirations, but little more practical ability to resist. The gap between knowledge and capability was frustrating. Progress seemed possible but remained tantalizingly out of reach. The third pandemic, 19th century China and global understanding. In the mountains of Yunnan province, southwestern China, plague had persisted in rodent populations for centuries. Local communities experienced sporadic cases but nothing catastrophic. Then in the 1850s, against a backdrop of political upheaval and the Taiping Rebellion, epidemic plague emerged from these highland reservoirs. The outbreak initially affected mining communities. Yunnan's mines drew workers from across China, creating dense populations where plague could amplify. From these epicenters, the disease spread along trade routes. By the 1860s, it reached major Chinese cities. Unlike the second pandemic, which had largely spared East Asia after its 14th century appearance, this was a Chinese origin outbreak moving outward. In 1894, plague reached Guangzhou, Canton, and then Hong Kong. Hong Kong, a British colonial possession, was a global shipping hub. The disease's arrival in this cosmopolitan port city guaranteed worldwide attention. It also brought Western medical science directly into contact with an active plague epidemic for the first time. The conditions in Hong Kong's Taiping Shan district, where plague first struck, were ideal for transmission. Densely packed housing, poor sanitation, and large rat populations created the perfect environment. The local Chinese population, familiar with plague's symptoms from historical experience, fled when possible. Colonial authorities struggled to respond. The epidemic prompted the arrival of international medical teams. This convergence of scientific expertise on a single disease outbreak was unprecedented. Scientists from multiple countries competed to identify the causative agent. The race for discovery had begun. A Japanese team led by Kitasato Shibasaburo arrived first. Kitasato, a trained bacteriologist and student of Robert Koch, had experience with infectious disease. He isolated what he believed to be the plague bacterium. His identification was incomplete and partially incorrect, but his work was published rapidly, giving him initial credit. Days later, Alexandre Yersin arrived. This Swiss-French scientist worked for the Pasteur Institute. With limited resources and no official support from British authorities, Yersin worked in a makeshift laboratory. He performed autopsies on plague victims, isolating bacteria from their buboes and internal organs. His identification was more complete and accurate. Yerson's bacterium, initially called Pastorella pestis, later renamed Yersinia pestis in his honor, was the breakthrough. He demonstrated that the bacterium was present in all plague victims. He injected laboratory animals with the isolated bacteria and reproduced the disease. This fulfilled Koch's postulates, establishing causation beyond doubt. For the first time, humanity knew exactly what caused plague. The discovery transformed understanding but didn't immediately translate to effective treatment. Yersin and others worked on anti-sera, immune serum from recovered patients, but early versions had limited efficacy. Plague remained highly lethal through the 1890s and early 1900s. Knowledge of cause didn't equal ability to cure. Identifying the vector took longer. Paul Louis Simond, another Pasteur Institute scientist, worked in Karachi and Mumbai, India, where plague had spread from China. In 1898, he demonstrated that rat fleas transmitted plague between rats and from rats to humans. His work finally explained the long-observed association between rat epizootics, mass rat deaths, and human plague cases. This understanding revolutionized plague control. If fleas transmitted the disease, then controlling rats and fleas could prevent human cases. Public health efforts shifted accordingly. Rat extermination programs, improved housing to exclude rodents, and flea control measures became standard. For the first time, plague prevention was based on accurate knowledge of transmission. The third pandemic spread globally via steamship routes. The speed of steam travel meant infected rats and fleas could survive voyages to distant ports. Plague reached India in 1896, triggering devastating outbreaks in Bombay and other cities. Over the next 2 decades, India would lose millions to plague. The scale of mortality in India exceeded anything Europe had experienced since the 17th century. Plague reached port cities worldwide. San Francisco experienced outbreaks in 1900 to 1904 and 1907 to 1908. Sydney, Australia, faced epidemic in 1900. Coastal cities in South America, Africa, and Southeast Asia all reported cases. The third pandemic demonstrated plague's continuing ability to exploit global commerce and reach every inhabited continent. The response in different locations varied. In colonial holdings like India and Hong Kong, authorities imposed harsh quarantines and forced evacuations. These measures, often culturally insensitive and brutally enforced, created resentment. In San Francisco, anti-Chinese racism influenced public health responses, with Chinatown facing discriminatory quarantines. Urban infrastructure improvements were accelerated by plague threat. Cities upgraded sanitation systems, paved streets, improved housing in slums, and conducted systematic rat control. While these measures benefited public health broadly, they were often motivated by plague fear and implemented without regard for displaced populations. The development of effective antibiotics didn't occur until the 1940s. Streptomycin, discovered in 1944, was the first antibiotic effective against plague. Suddenly, what had been a near-certain death sentence became treatable. Mortality rates dropped dramatically wherever antibiotics were available. The ancient scourge could finally be cured. Yet the third pandemic also established plague in new reservoirs. Infected rodents reached port cities and established enzootic cycles in local wildlife. The western United States, Madagascar, and parts of South America developed permanent plague foci. The disease embedded itself in ecosystems where it had never existed before. The pandemic lingered for decades. The World Health Organization officially declared it ended in the 1960s, though this was somewhat arbitrary. Plague had become endemic in multiple regions rather than epidemic. It persisted at low levels with occasional outbreaks. The character had changed from pandemic to endemic disease. The third pandemic's toll is estimated at 12 to 15 million deaths, the vast majority in India and China. While this is lower than the Black Death's estimated 50 million or more occurring in a much larger global population, it nonetheless represented catastrophe. And it occurred despite better medical knowledge and infrastructure than medieval societies possessed. The scientific legacy was immense. The identification of Yersinia pestis, understanding of flea transmission, development of diagnostic methods, and eventually antibiotic treatment all emerged from third pandemic research. Plague became one of the most thoroughly understood infectious diseases. This knowledge would inform responses to other emerging infections. The third pandemic also revealed how modern transportation could accelerate disease spread. Steamships moved faster than sailing vessels, giving infected rats less time to die during voyages. This meant port cities worldwide were vulnerable in ways they hadn't been previously. Globalization, even in its early 20th century form, created new epidemiological realities. The pandemic's end marked a transition. Plague, which had shaped human history for millennia, became a manageable disease in most of the world. It would persist, certainly, but as a mostly rural, treatable illness rather than a civilization-threatening pandemic. The balance of power between humanity and Yersinia pestis had finally shifted. Living with the enemy, global reservoirs in the modern age, Yersinia pestis never left. While it largely withdrew from human populations in many regions, it persisted in wildlife. Today, the bacterium maintains stable cycles in rodent populations across substantial portions of the globe. These sylvatic or wild reservoirs ensure plague will never be eradicated. The western United States harbors extensive plague reservoirs. Prairie dogs, ground squirrels, and other rodents in rural areas from the Pacific coast to the Great Plains carry the disease. It cycles through these populations naturally, occasionally flaring into epizootics that depopulate colonies. Human cases occur when people contact infected animals or their fleas, typically in rural and suburban areas bordering wilderness. Central Asia, particularly regions around the Tian Shan Mountains where the Black Death likely originated, remains an active focus. Marmot populations here maintain plague. Local hunters who trap marmots for meat and fur occasionally contract the disease. These cases often involve the pneumonic form, as marmot hunting occurs in cold seasons when pneumonic transmission is more efficient. Madagascar faces unique plague challenges. The disease is endemic in the Central Highlands, circulating in rat populations. Urban areas have experienced significant outbreaks as recently as 2017 when over 2,000 cases were reported. Poverty, limited healthcare infrastructure, and dense housing conditions allow plague to persist and periodically surge. It remains a genuine public health threat there. Parts of Africa, particularly the Democratic Republic of Congo, Tanzania, and Uganda, report cases annually. Rural populations living near wildlife reservoirs face regular exposure. Agricultural practices that bring people into contact with rodent populations, combined with limited access to antibiotics, make plague a persistent concern in these regions. South America has foci in the Andes regions of Peru, Bolivia, and Ecuador. These highland rodent populations maintain the disease. Rural communities periodically experience cases. The altitude and climate create ideal conditions for the flea vectors, and poverty limits healthcare access. The distribution of these reservoirs reflects ecological requirements. Plague persists where rodent populations are dense enough to maintain transmission, where flea vectors thrive, and where environmental conditions support both. Temperature, humidity, and rodent behavior all influence where plague establishes. Human cases globally number hundreds annually, according to World Health Organization data. Most occur in rural settings where people contact infected animals or fleas. Urban cases are less common but can trigger larger outbreaks when they occur. The disease hasn't disappeared, it's shifted from urban epidemic to rural endemic pattern. Climate change affects plague ecology in complex ways. Warmer temperatures can expand the range of suitable habitat for both rodents and fleas. Changing precipitation patterns alter rodent population dynamics. Some models suggest plague could expand into new regions or intensify in existing reservoirs. The relationship between climate and plague remains an active research area. Antibiotic resistance, while rare, has been detected in some Yersinia pestis strains. Laboratory research has demonstrated that the bacterium can acquire resistance genes. If antibiotic-resistant plague emerged and spread, treatment would become far more challenging. Vigilance is necessary to detect any resistance emergence early. The bacterium's genetic diversity across reservoirs is remarkable. Different plague foci harbor distinct genetic lineages. This diversity reflects the disease's long history and geographic spread. It also means that plague emerging from different reservoirs might behave differently, with varying virulence or transmission efficiency. Surveillance systems monitor plague globally. National health authorities report cases to the WHO. Veterinary monitoring tracks plague in animal populations. Early warning systems exist in many endemic regions. This surveillance aims to detect outbreaks early, allowing rapid response before significant human transmission occurs. Flea control remains a primary prevention strategy. In endemic areas, treating domestic animals with flea prevention, controlling rodent access to homes, and avoiding contact with wild rodents are standard recommendations. These simple measures can effectively prevent most human cases. Plague vaccines have been developed but aren't widely used. The currently available vaccines provide limited protection and require multiple doses. They're typically reserved for high-risk occupations, researchers working with Yersinia pestis, workers in plague endemic areas. No highly effective single-dose vaccine exists for general use. Education in endemic regions is crucial. People need to recognize plague symptoms and seek treatment immediately. They need to understand transmission routes, avoiding sick or dead animals, using flea control, recognizing danger signs. Public health messaging targets at-risk populations, particularly rural communities. Laboratory capacity for plague diagnosis varies globally. Rapid diagnostic tests exist but aren't universally available. In some endemic regions, limited laboratory infrastructure delays diagnosis. This can be fatal, as delayed antibiotic treatment drastically reduces survival chances. Improving diagnostic capacity remains a global health priority. The sylvatic cycle means eradication is impossible with current technology. Unlike smallpox, which had no animal reservoir, plague persists in wildlife beyond human control. We can't vaccinate millions of prairie dogs and marmots. The bacterium has refuges where it can survive indefinitely regardless of human intervention. This reality requires acceptance that plague will remain part of Earth's microbial ecology. The goal isn't eradication, but management, keeping human cases low through surveillance, rapid treatment, and prevention measures, living with the threat while minimizing its impact. The psychological adjustment is significant. For most of human history, plague was an existential threat. Now it's a manageable disease in most contexts, yet it still exists. This requires a nuanced understanding, neither panic nor complacency. Respect for the disease's potential without fear that paralyzes. Research continues into plague's ecology and evolution. Scientists study how climate affects transmission, how the bacterium evolves, why some areas have outbreaks while others remain stable. This research aims to predict and prevent outbreaks more effectively. Understanding deepens even though the disease persists. International cooperation on plague has improved dramatically. During the third pandemic, nations often concealed outbreaks to protect trade. Now, transparency is standard. Countries report cases, share information, coordinate responses. The globalized world requires coordinated disease surveillance. Tourism to endemic areas creates challenges. Visitors from non-endemic regions lack immunity and awareness. They may engage in risky behaviors, hiking in areas with infected rodent populations, not using flea protection. Educating travelers about plague risks in endemic regions prevents cases. The military's interest in plague as a potential biological weapon adds another dimension. Yersinia pestis has been weaponized in the past, most notably by Japan's Unit 731 during World War II and in Soviet programs during the Cold War. International treaties ban such research, but the potential exists. This makes plague biosecurity an ongoing concern. Natural plague reservoirs could theoretically seed accidental or intentional outbreaks. This makes monitoring these reservoirs a security as well as public health issue. Understanding where plague exists naturally helps differentiate natural outbreaks from artificial ones. Coexistence with plague requires vigilance without fear. The disease remains dangerous. Untreated pneumonic plague is still highly lethal. But with proper awareness, rapid diagnosis, and antibiotic treatment, it's controllable. Modern medicine has shifted the balance, but the bacterium remains, adapted through millennia to survive in its natural hosts, occasionally spilling over into human populations. We share the planet with Yersinia pestis, and will continue to do so for the foreseeable future. The Black Death and you. Plague in the 21st century. Plague feels distant to most people. It's history. Medieval suffering, something antibiotics solved. This comfortable distance is partly justified. The disease is rare in developed nations. But plague hasn't disappeared. It remains a genuine present threat in specific contexts. Understanding where and how it persists reveals uncomfortable truths about global health inequality. In the United States, cases occur almost every year. Typically, between 1 and 17 cases are reported annually to the Centers for Disease Control. Most originate in rural western states, New Mexico, Arizona, Colorado, California. The victims are often campers, hikers, or rural residents who contacted infected animals or fleas. The pattern is consistent. Someone camping in a rural area gets bitten by an infected flea, or they handle a sick rabbit or prairie dog. Within days, fever develops. A painful swollen lymph node appears, the classic bubo. If recognized and treated promptly with antibiotics like doxycycline or ciprofloxacin, recovery is likely. If treatment is delayed, mortality risk increases significantly. Pneumonic plague cases are rarer but more dangerous. These often originate from bubonic cases that aren't treated promptly, allowing bacteria to reach the lungs. The victim then coughs infectious droplets. Anyone nearby can inhale bacteria and develop primary pneumonic plague. Without treatment, within 24 hours of symptom onset, pneumonic plague is nearly always lethal. Mongolia experiences regular cases among marmot hunters. These hunters trap marmots for meat and fur. Handling infected animals provides direct exposure. Many cases occur in spring and fall when hunting is most active. Public health campaigns warn against eating sick-appearing marmots, but economic necessity often overrides caution. The 2017 Madagascar outbreak demonstrated plague's continuing potential for epidemic spread. Over 2,000 cases were reported, with several hundred deaths. The outbreak included significant pneumonic plague transmission in urban Antananarivo, the capital. Schools closed, public gatherings were banned. International concern was substantial. Modern antibiotics eventually controlled the outbreak, but it required significant public health mobilization. Why does plague persist in Madagascar? Poverty is central. Many people live in conditions similar to medieval Europe: poor sanitation, rat-infested housing, limited healthcare access. When plague appears, people may not seek treatment immediately due to cost or distance from clinics. Delayed treatment means higher mortality and more opportunity for transmission. Prison outbreaks have occurred. In enclosed, crowded conditions with potential rodent populations, plague can amplify. A 2017 outbreak in a Malagasy prison infected dozens. The combination of density, poor conditions, and existing rodent infestation created ideal circumstances. It was a stark reminder that environment shapes disease risk more than calendar year. Diagnosis has improved but isn't instantaneous. Rapid dipstick tests can confirm plague from buboaspirates or sputum within 15 minutes. These tests are valuable in endemic regions. However, they require clinical suspicion. If doctors don't consider plague, they won't test for it. In non-endemic areas, diagnostic delay is common simply because physicians don't encounter it regularly. Treatment success depends on speed. Caught early, plague responds well to several antibiotics. Streptomycin was the historical gold standard, but gentamicin, doxycycline, and fluoroquinolones are all effective. The key is starting treatment quickly. Every hour of delay, particularly with pneumonic plague, reduces survival chances. Modern medicine hasn't made plague infections painless. The buboes are intensely painful, requiring strong pain management. Pneumonic plague victims struggle to breathe, requiring respiratory support. Septicemic plague can cause massive tissue damage, sometimes requiring amputation of necrotic fingers or toes. Survival is more likely but not guaranteed or easy. The psychological impact of diagnosis is significant. Patients in developed countries often can't believe they have plague. It seems impossible, archaic. The realization that this ancient disease infected them provokes fear and disbelief. Medical staff may be equally surprised, particularly in areas where cases are rare. International travel creates potential for plague spread. An infected traveler could theoretically board a plane and carry plague to a non-endemic region. This hasn't caused major outbreaks due to modern surveillance and medical systems, but it remains possible. International health regulations require reporting infectious disease cases, including plague, to prevent such scenarios. Bioterrorism concerns persist. Yersinia pestis is classified as a Tier 1 select agent in the United States, indicating high bioweapon potential. The bacterium can be weaponized to create aerosols of pneumonic plague. While no such attack has occurred, the potential keeps plague on security agencies' radar. Research facilities working with the bacterium face strict security requirements. Climate change modeling suggests plague could expand its range. Warmer temperatures might allow reservoir species to move into new areas. Changes in precipitation could alter rodent population dynamics, potentially increasing plague activity in some regions. The relationship is complex and not fully understood, but warming could reshape plague's global distribution. Drug resistance remains a low probability but high consequence risk. Currently, antibiotic resistant plague is extremely rare. However, the bacterium can acquire resistance genes. Laboratory experiments have created resistant strains. If resistance emerged in natural populations and spread, plague would become far more dangerous. Surveillance systems monitor for any resistance emergence. Public health infrastructure differences mean plague risk varies by region. Someone contracting plague in the United States faces very different outcomes than someone in rural Madagascar. Access to rapid diagnosis, effective antibiotics, and supportive care dramatically affects survival. This inequality is stark. The same disease, completely different prognoses based on geography and wealth. The WHO lists plague as a re-emerging infectious disease requiring surveillance. This designation reflects its continuing presence and outbreak potential. International cooperation aims to strengthen surveillance in endemic countries, improve laboratory capacity, and ensure antibiotic availability. The goal is maintaining plague as a rare, manageable disease rather than allowing epidemic resurgence. Education campaigns in endemic areas try to reduce human-animal contact that leads to infections. Messages encourage avoiding sick or dead animals, using flea control on pets, sealing homes against rodents, and seeking immediate medical care for fever with lymph nodes swelling. These simple measures prevent most cases. Veterinarians play a crucial role in plague surveillance. Domestic cats and dogs can contract plague and develop symptoms. Cats particularly can develop pneumonic plague and transmit it to owners. Veterinarians in endemic areas are trained to recognize plague in animals and take appropriate precautions. Several human cases have traced back to caring for plague-infected pets. The disease's modern presence challenges common narratives about medical progress. We have antibiotics, advanced diagnostics, and sophisticated public health systems. Yet, plague persists, still exacting deaths in the 21st century. This persistence reflects broader realities: poverty, healthcare access inequality, ecological complexity. Technical solutions exist, but implementing them universally remains beyond current capacity. For most reading this, plague remains a remote threat. The statistical probability of infection is vanishingly small. Yet knowing it persists, that cases occur annually, that outbreaks remain possible, this knowledge matters. It connects us to the long human experience with this disease. It reminds us that the microbial world hasn't been conquered, only partially managed. And it highlights that geography and wealth determine who faces ancient threats and who doesn't. Plague in the 21st century is less a medical problem than a mirror reflecting global inequalities. Echoes in our DNA, pandemics past and future, humans and Yersinia pestis have co-evolved for millennia. This relationship left marks in our genetic code. Recent research examining DNA from medieval plague victims and comparing it to modern populations has revealed how deeply the Black Death shaped us biologically. Certain genetic variants that affect immune function are significantly more common in European descent populations today than before the plague. Research published in 2022 examined DNA from London plague pits, comparing pre-plague, plague era, and post-plague skeletal remains. They identified specific genes under strong selection pressure during the pandemic. The ERAP2 gene particularly stands out. This gene affects how immune cells present bacterial components for recognition. Individuals with 2 copies of a protective variant had a 40% better chance of survival during plague outbreaks. This variant is now substantially more common in populations that experienced plague, indicating powerful natural selection. Other immune-related genes show similar patterns. The HLA complex, crucial for immune recognition, displays evidence of plague-era selection. Variants that apparently helped survival became more prevalent. The genetic architecture of European immune systems was reshaped by plague, particularly the Black Death's first devastating wave. This selection came at a cost. Some protective variants that helped against plague increase susceptibility to autoimmune conditions. The genetic changes that helped medieval ancestors survive Yersinia pestis may contribute to modern diseases like Crohn's disease. Evolution rarely creates perfect solutions, only trade-offs. The research methodology is remarkable. Scientists extract DNA from skeletal remains, sequence it, and compare genetic variants across time. They can identify which variants increased in frequency, indicating selection. This allows reconstructing human evolutionary responses to disease with precision impossible a generation ago. Ancient pathogen DNA is equally revealing. Researchers have sequenced Yersinia pestis genomes from plague victims across centuries. These bacterial genomes trace the pathogen's evolution. Different outbreaks use different plague strains. Some were more virulent. Understanding this genetic diversity illuminates why some epidemics were more devastating than others. The bacterium itself evolved. Early strains differed genetically from later ones. Some variants acquired or lost genes affecting virulence or transmission. Plague adapted to human populations just as humans adapted to plague. This mutual evolution shaped both species. Comparison between Black Death strains and modern strains reveals continuity. The plague circulating today descends from medieval strains. This isn't a fundamentally different disease. It's the same bacterium, evolved but recognizable. The connection between medieval pandemics and modern endemic disease is direct and traceable. This research has implications for understanding future pandemics. Infectious diseases exert selection pressure on human populations. COVID-19 likely did too, though time is needed to measure effects. The principle is clear. Pandemic diseases drive human evolution in real time. We're not passive victims, but engaged in evolutionary conflict with pathogens. Genetic studies of other historical pandemics are expanding. Tuberculosis, smallpox, typhus all left genetic signatures, each pathogen selected for different immune responses. Human genetic diversity partially reflects the diverse disease challenges populations faced. Geography shaped disease exposure, which shaped genetic adaptation. The ethical dimensions are complex. This research requires disturbing graves, extracting DNA from long-dead individuals. Protocols now require respectful treatment of remains and consultation with descendant communities where applicable. The scientific value must be balanced against cultural sensitivity and respect for the dead. The findings challenge assumptions about genetic immunity. There's no single plague resistance gene. Instead, multiple genetic variants across many genes each contributed slightly to survival or susceptibility. Immunity is polygenic, depending on interactions between numerous genes. This complexity makes prediction difficult. It also explains why plague affected populations so differently. Genetic variation between communities meant different baseline susceptibilities. Combined with environmental and social factors, this created the patchy mortality patterns observed historically. Some villages were devastated, neighbors less so. Genetics was part of the equation. These studies illuminate how rapidly natural selection can operate. The Black Death's 40 to 60% mortality rate created extreme selection pressure. Within a few generations, genetic frequencies shifted measurably. Evolution isn't always slow. Under strong selection, populations can change quickly. The research also reveals past pandemics' long reach. The Black Death didn't just restructure medieval society, it restructured human genetics. The survivors' descendants, much of the modern European ancestry population, carried genetic echoes of that catastrophe. History isn't just social and cultural, it's biological. Looking forward, this knowledge might help predict pandemic responses. Understanding which genetic variants affect disease susceptibility could identify at-risk populations. It might inform vaccine development, targeting immune pathways most relevant to specific pathogens. The past provides data for future preparedness. However, genetic susceptibility is only part of the picture. Social determinants of health, poverty, healthcare access, housing quality usually matter more than genetic variants. Genetics influenced who survived medieval plague, but so did wealth, nutrition, and luck. Modern pandemics show the same pattern. Genetics matters, but context matters more. The ethical implications of pandemic genetics extend to privacy and discrimination. If genetic variants affecting disease susceptibility are identified, how is that information used? Could it justify discrimination? These questions, speculative for plague, were real during COVID-19. Genetic knowledge requires ethical frameworks to prevent misuse. Educational implications are profound. Teaching about plague can now include concrete evidence of its evolutionary impact. Students can see data showing human genetic change across centuries. This makes evolution tangible, connecting abstract concepts to documented historical events. The interdisciplinary nature of this research is striking. It requires archaeology, genetics, history, epidemiology, and evolutionary biology. No single discipline could achieve these insights alone. The collaboration produces understanding richer than any field could generate independently. Ongoing research continues, revealing new details. More genomes sequenced, more selection signals found, more connections between past and present uncovered. Ancient DNA research is relatively young. The next decade will likely bring discoveries that further illuminate plague's genetic legacy. The philosophical implications shouldn't be ignored. We carry in our cells the marks of ancestors' suffering and survival. The Black Death isn't purely external history, it's partly internal biology. This intimate connection to the past, written in our DNA, is both sobering and fascinating. These genetic echoes remind us that pandemic diseases are evolutionarily significant events. They don't just disrupt societies, they reshape species. The dialogue between pathogens and hosts plays out over evolutionary time, with both adapting. Understanding this helps frame current pandemic challenges in longer timescales. The Black Death, from this perspective, was a selective filter. It removed certain genetic variants from the population and preserved others. The humans who survived weren't just lucky. They carried genetic toolkits slightly better suited to plague resistance. Their descendants, us, inherited those tools. This biological legacy sits alongside social and cultural legacies. All are intertwined. The society that emerged after the plague was shaped by who survived, and who survived was partly shaped by genetics. Biology and history co-evolved. The echoes are both in our genes and our institutions, both in our immune systems and our culture. The unending story. A legacy of trauma and transformation. The Black Death never truly ended. Not as an event that concluded in the 1350s, but as a presence, a shadow, a transformative force that permanently altered the trajectory of human civilization. Its effects cascade through centuries, visible in systems and structures that still shape our world. Feudalism's collapse began before the plague, but the pandemic accelerated its demise irreversibly. The social contract that bound peasant to lord through land and labor depended on demographic balance. When half the peasants perished, that balance shattered. Survivors had options their ancestors lacked. They could move, demand wages, refuse traditional obligations. Power shifted subtly but definitively downward. The rise of wage labor traces directly to this shift. When labor became scarce, it became valuable. Markets emerged for work itself, not just products. This commodification of labor was foundational to capitalism's later development. The Black Death didn't create capitalism, but it cleared ground where new economic relations could grow. Technological innovation accelerated in plague's aftermath. Labor scarcity drove mechanical solutions. Printing presses, windmills, water-powered machinery, technologies existed before, but economic incentives for adoption intensified afterward. Human effort became expensive, so substitutes were sought. The technological character of European civilization partly reflects medieval labor shortages. Urban character changed permanently. Cities had been centers of trade and authority. After the plague, they became centers of innovation and social mobility. Survivors who reached cities found opportunities. Guild restrictions loosened by necessity. New crafts emerged. The dynamic, creative urban culture that would flower in the Renaissance had roots in post-plague demographic realities. The psychological legacy may be most profound. Medieval consciousness was communal, focused on collective salvation and social hierarchy. The plague experience, watching half your community perish, institutional authorities failing, randomness determining who lived, fostered different values. Individual survival mattered. Personal experience counted. Authority could be questioned. Art and literature reflect this shift. The medieval focus on idealized forms and universal truths gave way to Renaissance interest in individual particularity and human emotion. This wasn't causally simple, but the plague's trauma made certain perspectives more resonant. A world that could suffer such catastrophe demanded different ways of representing reality. The Reformation, more than a century later, drew partly on the church authority erosion that plague enabled. Luther's 95 Theses in 1517 found receptive audiences because institutional religion had lost absolute credibility. That credibility was wounded in plague years, when prayers failed and clergy died or fled. The long arc from Black Death to Reformation isn't direct, but it's real. Scientific methods development also connects. When traditional authorities, Galen's medicine, church doctrine, proved inadequate against plague, space opened for empirical observation and experimentation. The eventual emergence of experimental science owed something to medieval experiences of authoritative knowledge failing catastrophically. Legal systems modernized partly in response to plague disruptions. Traditional property law couldn't handle massive simultaneous deaths. Inheritance law had to adapt. Contract law evolved to deal with labor markets. The legal infrastructure of modern commerce has roots in post-plague legal innovations. Public health as governmental responsibility originated in plague response. Before the 14th century, disease was individual or divine concern. Afterward, governments recognized that collective health affected state power and required state action. Modern public health agencies trace institutional ancestry to plague boards in Italian city-states. The psychological scar extended beyond individual trauma to collective consciousness. European culture developed a death-aware character, unlike other civilizations. The prominence of death imagery in Western art, the philosophical traditions grappling with meaninglessness and absurdity, these have many sources, but medieval plague experience is among them. Modern anxieties about pandemic disease connect to this long history. COVID-19 triggered responses that echo medieval patterns: flight from cities, suspicion of authorities, scapegoating of minorities. These reactions aren't simply human nature. They're partly cultural memory of plague, transmitted across generations, not through genetics, but through story, tradition, and institutional practice. The economic legacy persists in surprising ways. The relative prosperity of Northern European workers compared to Southern and Eastern European counterparts has complex causes, but differential plague mortality and subsequent labor relations contributed. Regions where plague strengthened labor power developed different economic trajectories than regions where traditional hierarchies persisted. Educational institutions were reshaped. Universities that had focused on theology diversified into law, medicine, and natural philosophy, partly responding to plague demonstrated inadequacy of pure theological approaches to practical problems. The modern university's multidisciplinary character reflects these medieval adaptations. Political philosophy evolved in response to plague-era social disruptions. Questions about legitimate authority, social contract, and governmental purpose became more urgent when existing structures proved fragile. Though political philosophy's development had many sources, the visible collapse of medieval order during plague years made certain questions unavoidable. The global spread patterns established by the Black Death presaged modern pandemic dynamics. Disease following trade routes, urban centers as amplification points, the challenge of coordinating responses across political boundaries, these patterns are timeless. Our current pandemic preparedness systems grapple with challenges medieval societies faced. The environmental legacy is subtle but real. The massive 14th century depopulation temporarily reduced human environmental impact. Forests regrew, wildlife recovered. This respite was temporary. Human numbers rebounded, but it demonstrated that human environmental impact could reverse, that nature could reclaim altered landscapes. This ecological resilience matters for modern environmental challenges. Language itself carries plague legacy. Quarantine, from Italian quaranta giorni. Epidemic, originally Greek but reintroduced through plague-era Latin usage. The vocabulary of pandemic response is multilingual and historically layered, reflecting the international character of plague experience and response. The pharmaceutical industry's origins connect to plague. The search for effective plague treatments, though largely unsuccessful until the 20th century, drove early pharmaceutical development. The institutional structure of drug research and development has roots in medieval and early modern plague responses. The insurance industry evolved partly from plague-era needs. Merchants needed ways to spread risk when plague could destroy a venture by afflicting a crew or closing a port. Modern actuarial science and risk management trace to these medieval innovations. Even architecture shows lasting influence. The Georgian and Victorian emphasis on light, air circulation, and sanitation in building design reflected lingering plague anxieties translated into architectural principles. Modern building codes, health and safety provisions descend from these plague-influenced traditions. The story is unending because the forces the Black Death set in motion continue unfolding. Modernity, with its emphasis on individual rights, empirical science, technological solutions, market economics, and secular governance, didn't emerge from the plague alone. But the plague was among the forces that cracked medieval certainties and allowed new forms to emerge. We live in a world the Black Death helped create. The institutions, values, and systems that structure contemporary life bear its mark. This isn't determinism. History had other crucial factors. But the plague was a genuine hinge point, a moment when one world ended and conditions emerged for another to begin. The trauma wasn't wasted. Humans built on ruins, learning from catastrophe. Public health systems, scientific medicine, governmental responsibility for collective welfare. These achievements have roots in plague-era necessity. The modern world's capacity to respond to pandemic disease, though still imperfect, vastly exceeds medieval capabilities. We learned slowly and painfully, yet we remain vulnerable. Yersinia pestis persists. Other pathogens threaten. The microbial world hasn't been conquered. The Black Death's most enduring lesson may be humility. Recognition that humans are part of nature, subject to biological forces beyond our control, capable of great suffering despite knowledge and technology. The plague changed everything, yet much remains unchanged. Humans still face infectious disease. We still struggle with how to balance individual liberty and collective safety. We still grapple with who receives protection and who doesn't. The questions the Black Death forced medieval societies to confront remain ours. In the end, the Black Death is a mirror. It shows us human vulnerability and resilience, our capacity for both cruelty and compassion in crisis, the contingency of our systems and structures. The world was remade in plague's aftermath, but the remaking continues. We're still responding to forces it set in motion, still learning from its lessons, still living in its long shadow. The story is unending because we're still characters in it, writing new chapters in humanity's ongoing relationship with the ancient enemy that once nearly destroyed us and, in failing to do so, helped create the modern world.